Go beyond awakening for your whole self. Our mission at Diamonds Forever 3113 is to awaken the hearts of all our brothers and sisters. A counseling therapy tool-giving catalyst for the whole being, WHOLE. You, Diamond, along with Elizabeth Diamond, me, and Lily Diamond, co-host of Diamonds Forever 31, Roar, the lion taking dominion, and 13, Christ consciousness, the supernatural, natural you, understands that seeking catalyzing change is not the easiest thing to do. We are here to help in a non-judgmental environment with trust and acceptance as the foundation. Diamonds Forever 3113 will join and help you move through uncertainty and difficult times. We will guide and offer whole being tools for you through those situations, and will reveal your strengths, potential solutions, and ways to overcome life's bumps in the now and future, healing your past. We will leverage your experience and skills to actively guide you in meeting your goals. If you're looking for a compassionate guidance with a human touch, give Diamonds a try. For more information on our services, visit Diamonds with an S, Forever 31.blogspot.com. It's all free. Donations appreciated. Much love to you, and have a great day, every day, a diamond day. Much love, Elizabeth Diamond. Join us live every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Diamonds Forever 3113 show with news update of world changes and special guests. Diamonds shine, maximum efficiency, minimum effort. We are all one, the law of one. Love conquers all. Kuksah mixah, kuksah mixah. Diamonds sing, maximum efficiency, minimum effort. We are all one, the law of one. Love conquers all. Kuksah mixah, kuksah mixah. Diamonds dance, maximum efficiency, minimum effort. We are all one, the law of one. Love conquers all. Kuksah mixah, kuksah mixah. Diamonds be maximum efficiency, minimum effort. We are all one, the law of one. Love conquers all. Kuksah mixah, kuksah mixah. Diamonds be, diamonds dance, diamonds sing, diamonds shine to maximum efficiency, minimum effort. Diamonds be. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Elizabeth Diamond. Welcome to the Diamonds Forever 3113 show. You're in the upgrade. 31, Diamonds Forever 31, Rawr, the lion taking dominion, and 13, Christ consciousness, the supernatural, natural you. And welcome everybody on this March 21st, 2015, a very significant day in our lives as spirits and souls in this human skin suit. And we are limitless, so welcome everybody. We have quite a lineup today. We're going to start out with a little bit me and Lily will bring in, and then we're going to continue with world news update. Amethyst and Lori will bring that in, and then we have Cynthia Rose Young Schlosser coming in, and in the second hour, and we have other things planned too. So welcome everybody that came. Everyone, boots on the ground in your human skin suits, I want to welcome you. I want to do a special welcome because I've been talking with them to our star brothers and sisters. So I just want to welcome you all. Coming from this galaxy and the multi-universes, I just want to welcome you. And I just send the crystal green merging rays to you now within the pearl of purity and the red rose of love, unconditional love to you now, mixed with diamonds. And if you open that diamond, and I'm imagining it now in my head, if you guys open that diamond, you'll see all my commands and petitions and working with you to build intimate relationship, us humans with our star families. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And enjoy. Thank you. All right, so I already told you the lineup. Remember, this is recorded right after we get off the call, and you can listen to the recording of all the Diamond shows on the phone recorded line, and that recorded line is 209-255-1099. This reference number of March 21st, 2015 is reference, you'll have to put the PIN in. The PIN number is 883267#. Then it'll ask for a reference number. Actually, you could just hit pound for the last call, which is today's reference number is 216#. And the last two calls, 214 is a blurb. I haven't been able to erase it yet. There's nothing on it. But reference number 212 and 213 are regarding our specific significant changes thanks to Cynthia's dream and what we added to it. So be sure to listen to that if you haven't. That's reference number 212 and 213. And today is 216 on the recorded line. You can also get the link, although my internet's not up, so I won't be able to put the link on right away on the Diamonds blog, but all the other calls are there, and that's Diamonds with an S, forever31.blogspot.com. And be sure to keep up with that with the world news changes every week. I blog on that. All right, so now let's see. I just want to give an update on the vitamin sprays I talked about the last two calls that I'm using and others are using. I know Destiny's ordered them and she's using them. Lily's ordered them and she's using them, and somebody else from the Diamonds call has ordered them and just received them and using them, getting good, I can't even talk because of energies, and we'll get to that coming in. Getting good positive feedback from that, so thank you guys. Also remember there's the viral blog. If you want to be a blogger, that's a good link to go to or to sign up for a blog. It's called Viral Blogging. And just contact me for any of those, and you can hear about the vitamin sprays on the couple calls back. So my number is 612-715-8314. And I want to give a thank you and shout out to Lily Diamond, co-host on Diamond Show. For Joe here in Minnesota, he uploads all the YouTubes to the Elizabeth Diamond YouTube channel. IQDcalls.com, DinarGuruNews.com, Ashtar Command, and the social networks, Facebook, and TSU.co. TSU.co is a new social network. There's a link on the Diamonds blog if you'd like to join. And it's only by invitation, so I invite you to join. It's a really beautiful site. Lots of great beauty there. There's lots of great co-creating beauty there. So TSU.co. And we'll go to the link on the side of the right on the Diamonds blog, and you can join by that. All right, so what else? All right, we're going to have Cynthia in the second hour here, and we're going to do the news. I want to just talk about, if you listen to the last two calls, the first 4 weeks, February 21st to March 21st, our safety, our personal safety, that's ending today, and maybe we can talk to Cynthia about that a little bit. And beginning today, March 21st through April 21st, is starting our relationships coming together and rearranging part. So maybe we'll talk about those two with Cynthia a little bit and plus more. I just want to read I wanted to read a few things. I want to start out by reading 2 Psalms that I got today. So bear with me, and they're very short. This first one is Psalm 24. And just remember, when I read about God. We are a piece of God. We are made in His image. So when we're reading this, we're reading it to ourselves, and we're reading it to everyone, and to the prime creator that we came from, that we're a piece of. And we are that. We're diamonds. So keep that in mind. Psalm 24, the King of glory and His kingdom. The earth is the Lord's and all its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. For He has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. Who may ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who may stand in His holy place? He who has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not lifted up his soul to an idol, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is Jacob, the generation of those who seek Him, who seek your face, Selah. Lift up your heads, O you gates, and be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord, strong and mighty, the Lord, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O you gates. Lift up your everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah. Selah means think about that. And you are the King of glory. You have the King of glory in you. In you and through you and out of you to the world. And then one more. This is Psalm 126, a joyful return to Zion. Zion is depicting our changes, our golden age that we're going into, or we're already entered into. The past is already in the past. We're in the future, guys. And we're co-creating this golden age together, collective consciously. So, a joyful return to Zion. When the Lord brought back the captivity of Zion, we were like those who dream. Then our mouth was filled with laughter, and our tongue with singing. Then they said among the nations, the Lord has done great things for them. The Lord has done great things for us, and we are glad. Bring back our captivity, O Lord, as the streams in the south. Those who sow in tears shall reap in joy. He who continually goes forth weeping, bearing seed for sowing, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. And then let me read this for the times, too, that we're in. I blogged this. It says, learn from this profound wisdom. Let us teamwork it. Blessings of love, peace, and joy turning to bliss to you and your family, Elizabeth Diamond. And this is what my friend wrote I found on Facebook. I have lost my desire to argue with people about my beliefs. I know what I know. You know what you know. And let us stop trying to get everyone onto our side. All truth is subjective anyway. It is only out of insecurity that we must acquire allies. If I can stand firm within my own knowing, I know all I need to know. Isn't that beautiful? And there's a flower, a beautiful flower opening up. You are the source. You. All you diamonds are the source. We are all the source. We are the King of Glory. We have lots to look forward to. Okay, now, so we just celebrated on Friday the first, not just one thing, not two, not three, maybe 4 or 5, because I saw a couple other posts. But as far as I know, we celebrated the first day of spring, the equinox, and the solar and sun eclipse, which of that eclipse was very, very rare. And we'll talk more about that. And I want to just join this in, and then Lily can come in and give hers. Just encourage you. I was kind of a little worried and anxious and afraid, like, what the hell is going on with me the last 2 weeks? It's like, I don't want to work. It's boring. It's like, I don't even want to do this. You know, I get up in the morning, I feel like I have energy, but, you know, I go to work and like 4 or 5 hours into being awake, it's like I'm totally drained of my energy. I feel anxious. I can't think straight. I'm very irritable. I just don't want to do the 40-hour grind, the day-to-day stuff, like even get my keys out of my purse and put them in my door and lock them, even putting the leashes on the dogs and, you know, all the daily routine that you do. It's like, oh, my God, I'm crying. It's like, I don't want to do this. And I couldn't understand what was going on with me. It's like, am I getting mentally ill or what? But, you know, there's lots of energies going on, and we are morphing from that cocoon and coming out of the cocoon and being that butterfly. Especially now we know in the specifics of these next 7 months, starting February 21st to September 21st, which Cynthia so brought forth to us. And she knocked and seeked on heaven's door and got this awesome dream and gave us those information. I'm so grateful for that because it helps us put things in perspective. So along with all the energies coming in even before this, there's been solar rays coming off of the sun, and then we had the equinox and the eclipse. So let me just read a little bit, so to encourage you that you aren't freaking out like I was trying to, but now I came to the truth of what's going on in a brighter vision. So this will help you, I hope. Severe geomagnetic storms and flares causing widespread sleep disturbances and other human health effects. And I blogged this, by the way. Last week on Wednesday, March 11, 2015, the sun blasted us with a direct hit from a powerful solar flare that wiped out a huge amount of radio communication, according to NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center. Mike Wall of Space.com writes, the Wednesday flare registered as an X2.2 sunstorm on the scale used to measure solar tempests. Scientists classify strong solar flares into 3 categories, C, M, and X, with C being the weakest, M being mid-level, and X the strongest. X flares are 10 times more powerful than M flares. X2 and X3 flares are twice and 3 times as potent, respectively, as X1 flares. And just a few hours ago, NOAA reported that Earth is currently being slammed by the granddaddy of all solar storms, a monster X4 class storm, the biggest of all. An X4 severe geomagnetic storm was observed today at 9:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was Wednesday, March 11th. This is the response to a pair of CMEs observed leaving the sun 2 days prior on the 15th of March. Well, today's monster geometric storm and the explosion of solar flares and coronal mass ejections over the past week have been wreaking havoc on people's moods, sleeping patterns, and a host of other human health effects. Many people are experiencing disturbances with their circadian rhythms, waking up around 2 a.m. and having trouble getting back to sleep. Solar storms desynchronize our circadian rhythm. That's our biological clock, our natural one. The pineal gland in our brain is affected by electromagnetic activity, and solar storms cause the gland to produce excess melatonin, which is, melatonin is good, but excess melatonin. Melatonin is the brain's built-in downer that helps us sleep. The circadian regulatory system depends on repelled environmental cues to synchronize internal clocks, says psychiatrist Kelly Posner, Columbia University. Magnetic fields may be more of these environmental cues, saying that these solar flares off the sun are giving us now, with the biggest one, X4, producing excess melatonin in our pineal gland, which is good, but it's a good thing, but we're feeling it as we're awake. Let me go forward. The type of intense solar activity we've been experiencing this week can have serious effects on the central nervous system, and I felt a lot of these, on the central nervous system, the stomach lining, all brain activity, including equilibrium, along with human behavior and all psychological, mental, emotional, physical responses. This can manifest as nervousness, I've been feeling that, anxiety, worrisomeness, the jitters, I've been feeling the jitters, dizziness, shakiness, been feeling that, irritability, lethargy, I've been feeling like dreamy, like lethargic, exhaustion, oh boy, yeah, short-term memory problems, heart palpitations, nausea, queasiness, prolonged head pressure, and headaches. So almost done, you guys. Chaotic and erratic behavior also results from intense solar activity, and emergency rooms consistently observe increased accidents as well as injuries from acts of violence during these periods. Experts have even linked powerful solar activity to much more serious patterns in human violence. During solar minimums and maximums, the geomagnetic fields begin to intensify. The magnetic fields interact electromagnetically within the human brain. It affects psychological mechanisms, creating anomalies, hormonal swings, and significantly mutated brainwave activity. Wheeler expanded on Chizhevsky's work by studying violence, measuring the time between battles and severity. These findings were compared with the sun's 11-year sunspot cycle. The results showed that the sun cycle peaked. There was a rise in human unrest, uprisings, rebellions, revolutions, and wars between nations. As Wheeler further compared his findings with human history, he found a startling pattern that could be traced back 2,500 years. There's no telling whether Edward Norton was suffering. Okay. Okay. That's it. I'll end there. So that's what we've been going through, and I'm anxious to hear the world news update, too. We can see some of that in there for these solar flares going on. And that's part of what Cynthia's said, going through these changes, yes, good. But, be prepared for, even within the major changes, maybe fear or awe, your mouth drops open with all these changes because it's a transition time. Transition is kind of tipsy-topsy. Transition time is kind of tipsy-topsy, confusing a little bit time, back and forth. So it's a transition. We got to go through the transition to get to the other side, right? So Lily, anything you want to add to what we've talked about so far?
Yeah, it's really interesting what you were talking about, being really tired and the energy of the coronal flares? Coronal
mass ejections, which are X4s, which are the most powerful we've ever had in a long time, 2,000-some years.
Yeah, well, it's definitely affecting everyone I know.
Yeah, you've been, What have you been feeling?
I have been, like, tired to the nth degree, more so than, like, I've ever been. Same with my kids and friends that I have, my husband, everyone seems, my kids come home from school and they're sleeping. And they're sleeping, like, a long time. They're having harder time getting up. And another friend of mine who came to visit, she stayed with me a couple of days, and it was like all she did was sleep. She was like, I don't know what it is, because that wasn't her norm either.
So I thought this important to bring it into everybody, you know, to just, we can now, since we know what's going on, it's a coronal mass ejections helping us come out of that cocoon into the butterfly. We can go with the flow and rest as much as you can. That's been frustrating to me. I have to be at work, and like 4 hours into it, it's like I get real irritable. I don't even want to be there. I just want to run away. And it's like, it's just so hard. It's like I'm at the point I want to quit my job so bad. You know, I don't want to work in that capacity. I want to do my passion, my creativity, which one of is the Diamond Show. But just so relaxed in that, you guys, right, Lily? At least we know what's going on. Yeah. And that melatonin is really good. The melatonin is really good. It brings us into the dreamy state. And, you know, melatonin helps us really sleep. And, you know, as we're sleeping, in our deep sleep, delta wave, brain wave, you know, that's where the body self-heals. We're self-healers because we are the King of Glory, you guys. Yeah. Anything else, Lily?
Yeah, if melatonin, like melatonin works for my husband, but melatonin doesn't work for me, and those people out there that melatonin doesn't really work for them, they need, what worked for me was GABA, and I got this, I don't know, it's called GABA, but it's a precursor to the melatonin. In other words, it's the gatekeeper. So when you take the GABA, it opens the gate, and then you take the melatonin, and it allows the melatonin through the gate. Do you follow me?
And right now the coronal mass ejections are unlocking our pineal gland and secreting even excess melatonin. Melatonin is natural in our pineal gland. So as we're awakening, that pineal gland is opening up. So I'm just going to use the tool what I learned the other day, Lily, is I declare and command to undam your pineal gland to produce that melatonin.
Yeah.
And you know, the melatonin comes naturally. You know, Cynthia teaches when the natural light dims in the daytime and evening comes, keep as many lights off as you can in the house and go by candlelight, because that's when it can produce melatonin in your pineal gland. But we got a lot right now, excess. The sun's helping us. Thanks, sun. Right?
Right.
Okay, what do you think we go over to the next part of the show? We'll bring Amethyst and Lori in to do our world news update. What do you think, Lily? Lily Diamond?
Yeah, Lori and Amethyst. I wonder what kind of news they're going to bring.
Well, they're going to give an update of what's been going on this week and in this near future. And just know the news, the world news that they're going to bring in that's outside of us. That's coming from the inside to the outside, and then we can look at the outside of what's going on or where we're at in this transition, so to speak, of where collective consciousness, us in our human skin suits and our star brothers and sisters. The stuff that goes outside of us, each of us, the world news will just say, it has come out of us in a collective way, and so it's outside of us, and we can look outside of us and get a vision and a perceptive and a point, so to speak, of where we are in our transitioning. Remember, transitioning is kind of messy. So, all right. And good and bad and whatever, everything in between, right? Just
right. I would also say to suspend any, judgment about that if it's not where you feel like you are. Just sort of suspend that, and I always revert back to one of my sources of practice is Dr. Hugh Lin, the Ho'oponopono. I'm sorry, please forgive me, I love you, and thank you. Because part of his whole little phrase there is about taking 100% responsibility for anything that comes across our path. So the news coming across our path, because we live in the world and it exists, if we take 100% responsibility for it and we just, what he calls cleaning, by using those phrases, it shifts the energy.
You bring up a good point. I love you. I thank you. Thank you and praise and thanksgiving are very good. Because last night I had a profound thing happen to me. I come from the Christian realm, and I haven't read the Bible. I've read it twice, the whole book twice, but I haven't picked it up in a long time. But I just felt like praising God and giving him thanksgiving just for everything. And God is us. God is collective consciousness, all of us, and Supreme Creator. So I lay in my bed and I just praise him. That word praise coming out of me fills my whole body, and it feels so good, and it goes out, and I lift up my arms. I just praised him. I gave him thanks. I sang a song. I sang about the everlasting doors, and here I hit on a psalm that I read regarding the everlasting doors and some mystery that's on top of a mountain. I sang to that mystery. And I said to that mystery, it's a mystery from Ancient of Days, and it was locked up on top of this mountain. And I sang to that mystery, I say, come on out, come on locked, come on damned, it's time, it's time. It's a mystery. I know it sounds goofy, but, that came out of my mouth, and I believe it's true. And then the everlasting doors. But anyway, I was praising God and giving him thanks, which is all of us. I was loving myself, and I was loving you guys. And I was closing my eyes, and then I stopped and just rested, and then my third eye started twinkling. There was like clouds there, and then all of a sudden it was like looking up at the sky and the clouds just cleared. And before that I felt like I was in the sky, up in the dark sky with the stars. But the clouds cleared, and it looked like a black sky with twinkling stars, like I was looking up at the sky. And I just stayed in that. But I took it that was a layer of my third eye opened up. It was really awesome, up into the galaxy. So take those times, you guys, with yourself and love yourself in your own way. See what happens. And give yourself thanksgiving, and all of us praise and thanksgiving for what we're doing. Okay, with that, let's have Amethyst and Lori come on in. Star 6, you guys. How are you? Takes a second for them to unmute. Lori and Amethyst, star 6.
Hi. It's Lori.
Okay, Lori and Amethyst.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh,
Am I
welcome,
too loud,
you guys.
Or how's the volume?
You're fine. You're great. And
okay,
Amethyst?
Good.
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Oh, good. Do you have it on speakerphone, Amethyst?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Yes. Okay, welcome, you guys. I asked these two news ladies to bring the world news. I was just interested because I don't really follow it a lot, but I feel bad. I want to be for the history making, so we're bringing history here. So
news ladies.
The Diamond News ladies, Amethyst and Lori.
Yeah, I picture myself out on the corner selling newspapers or something.
Okay, well, let's start out. Go ahead, Amethyst, and then when you tell a couple stories when you feel like it, give it to Lori, and then we'll just go back and forth. And I'm going to mute out. Thank you, ladies.
Okay.
Amethyst,
right,
are you there?
Yeah. Okay. I really wanted Lori to go first because I didn't know what she had. I didn't want to be talking.
Well, I'm going to talk about this video that Paul Hellyer put out, the former Minister of Defense from Canada. And that's going to be most of what I'm going to talk about. But I have other things, in the event we want to say more.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just go with a little bit of Benjamin Fulford from this past week. He says there is no doubt that this global Khazarian crime syndicate is being taken down. He says London, Singapore, and the Hong Kong financial markets are moving to the new system. I'm just going to hit some highlights here, just a few sentences, the most important ones. Again, this is from St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, Benjamin Fulford. And he says that also French and Frankfurt-based German financial oligarchs have split with the New York and Washington-based Khazarian mafiosi, as he says. In other words, Europe has joined with the BRICS. Hillary Clinton is being investigated for mass murder because her brother was given the go-ahead to get gold permit money for gold permits in Haiti, and then nuclear bombs were set off in Haiti several years ago that caused that tsunami and the earthquake that resulted in the deaths of well over 200,000 people. And other than more, he's got more news about more key people being prosecuted, and talks about the other Zionist plot that would have had Al Gore becoming president, becoming assassinated, and being much worse than George W. Bush being put in office. But she would either went out. Yeah. So talks a little bit about Netanyahu and a quote from him, which I won't go into, but what he said that the good guys, Pentagon good guys, had a recording of him, what he said in the 1990s, and Benjamin Netanyahu was a very evil blankety blank, fill in your favorite cuss word, and he is one of the most evil ones. So he's going, but he's not going to be in power much. He's not going to be in power much longer. So.
Oh, can I just add a little bit on Benjamin?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you wrote. I'll just read this in 2 sentences. It is also worth noting that on last Friday, the 13th, the Vatican released documents that had been suppressed for 700 years showing the Knights Templars were innocent. Friday the 13th has been considered an unlucky day ever since King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V had ordered hundreds of Templars rounded up and jailed on Friday, October 13th. So there's a transition right there. But that 700 years of suppressed information, I can't wait to hear it because that's a lot of truth in there.
Right.
Yeah.
And finally, he ends his report, Ben Fulford ends his report by saying that March 19th, it was the day that the London gold banks hand over control of the gold market to the regulators. Okay, go ahead, Laurie.
Oh, yeah, no, all of that's phenomenal. It's just that there's so much news coming out every day. It's almost as if I forgot all about that. I mean, it's so incredible. And also it talks later in there about the Pope announcing a jubilee. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
And I thought that was really interesting, and how eventually it would lead to not just forgiveness, which I think the church is basically preparing people for a state of mind to forgive them for all they've done, to humanity.
Yes.
And,
yes.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, in all these years I've been reading, I started out reading Benjamin Fulford report on the Midnight Think Tank and others, but ever since I've been reading the Benjamin Fulford report, this report, the last couple reports, especially this one, is full of good news, good changes, good transitions. Yes, I just want to put that in there.
Yeah, and then it goes on to talk about the debt forgiveness, which we've always heard about as being part of NESARA. So, but what intrigued me is, I know the cabal, they have to pretty much disclose to people, what they're doing ahead of time and stuff. But this idea of coming out with a date like December 8th, for instance, we're going to have a worldwide debt forgiveness on December 8th. That's just a little obvious, isn't it? I expected it to be a little more obscure than that, like more of a surprise. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Actually, he was talking about the Pope was, Ben Fulford said that was by referring to a forgiveness. Forgiveness is for the to forgive the bad guys. We're not going to have to wait till the end of the year for the debt forgiveness.
Gosh, I hope not, but maybe I thought, well, maybe it's just a series of events, and then the debt forgiveness kind of comes in towards the tail end, somewhere in there. But then it was interesting how Wilcock had replied to him too on the Putin had gone missing for 10 days, and then it came out that he was probably in a meeting to do with the BRICS alliance or maybe some other things going on, and that Fulford shouldn't have really jumped to conclusion and assumed that he was responsible. Responsible for the 3/11 tsunami, in Japan, but or that maybe he was on some kind of trial and they let him go because there's no evidence of him being responsible. Oh, and Netanyahu being some type of accomplice or instigator of that, remember?
Right.
Something about that. Yeah, I was just trying to reflect back on that. But there's been so much going on this week especially. It's just like mind-boggling and phenomenal. I don't even know how the average person could really even take it all in without having some kind of basis for all of this, because people are walking around so asleep, and a lot of people too, they know something's wrong and they're angry, but they really just don't know how to process it. They don't know where to put it or who to blame or what to do. So it's like, but what really struck me as so very important this week is this former Minister of Defense, Paul Hellyer, and he is of Canada, and he is in his 90s, and he came out with a 35-minute video called Full Disclosure. And I listened to this thing, and I was like, holy cow, this is like a soft disclosure here for the world. Anybody in the world could listen to this video and really be intrigued by it and maybe wake up to what's going on everywhere. And so he just talks about, he starts out by saying this is a very disturbing message. Then he goes on to talk about how he characterizes the whole situation as a veil of secrecy that's gone on for 7 decades. And he basically blows the whistle on all of this crap, the Operation Paperclip, he says, where the Nazi scientists have come over to the U.S. and were given different names, and how the lying and disinformation is basically become a part of U.S. policy, the New World Order plan, the power of the private banking system. He goes on to talk about President Eisenhower's farewell speech to beware of the military-industrial complex, and he says it was his way of saying that the ET file had fallen into the wrong hands,
Wow.
And so that to me, like, you and I, all of us on this call, we could listen to that video and wow, this is all true and powerful, and we know where this guy's coming from because we have at least some foreknowledge, of all this stuff going on. But the average person might just kind of say, oh, wow, oh, okay, oh, is that really true? Is that what's really going on? And I think it's something that we could send out to people who have in the past been like very hard-headed or skeptical disbeliever types, and kind of jar them up a little bit, and get them to thinking a little bit more, and maybe seeing where they could play a role and having more responsibility in their own lives,
Very good analysis, Lori. I just want to add, but Paul Hellyer is in Canada. Paul Hellyer testified at the mock citizen hearing before retired Congress and Senate for the ET disclosure in Washington, D.C. 2 years ago, and it was beautiful. Paul Hellyer and Franco Di Nicolo, who's been on our call and is coming soon, shortly, again, him and Paul Hellyer had a little conference and a meditation, and that is an awesome video. I saw that on Facebook. If you could please send that to me, Lori. I will be bold enough to blog that. I want to blog it and put it out virally. And it's time. It's like all of our information that we have all been studying is like consolidating in a nutshell. So
yeah, he's really got it put together. He says that the military-industrial complex, otherwise known as the financial and military wing of the cabal, I did take some notes here, which has seized control of the United States and much of the balance of the world, and adopting a strategy of perpetual warfare, beginning with Eisenhower, and he gives us a little history. Not one of the presidents has been given the truth. He says the military-industrial complex had to have an enemy. They said first it would be communism, and then it would be terrorism, and finally it will be the ETs. You see, that's the plan now. After terrorism, I guess they want to just really make it evident that the ETs are our enemy so that they can keep this whole thing disclosed, never really have us break free of all of this.
Guess what, Lori? It's going to turn on their heads. It's going to turn, all that plan is going to turn on their heads because
I know it.
One of the diamond scenes is building relationships with the Star Brothers and Sisters. We're going to have that. We're going to have it soon.
I know.
We're going to have that, and as we build it, there'll be that to look at, but then there'll be this to compare it to, and others too. Yes.
Yes, but I think that just really puts it in perspective, so people can see. Okay, these are all fictional boogeymen that we've all been worried about all these years. You know. He talks about the truth of 9/11. Anyway, it goes on, and that just gives you a little brief overview. But other things in the news are, all these countries jumping ship from the European Union and all these other things and joining this Asian Infrastructure Bank, the BRICS. And I'm hoping and thinking that's a really good thing. But I've heard other people on calls say, oh, that's just going to be another cabal-controlled banking system. But I see it as some type of transition, at least to get away from this corporate-controlled U.S. dollar debt slavery system, so that we could kind of give that up. And, I don't know, I don't see it as being a bad thing, but I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that. I mean, we've got to crash this dollar, but some think, oh, well, they're just going to start another fiat system. Well, I don't know. I don't see that happening, but do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Good points, Lori. So now let's go to Amethyst and her news, and then we'll go back and forth.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you so much, Lori. You can keep building on that, Lori, too, as you get your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, no, they will not. There will not be another fiat system started. Absolutely not. Especially if you get and read Bix Weir's latest book. Bix Weir, his website is Road to Ruta, ROOT as in Tom A. Road to Ruta.com.
Right.
I'm not making any money off of this. I'm simply promoting it because I heard it read on the Colonel's call last Thursday. Listen, it is extremely exciting and encouraging information and eye-opening.
Yes.
The Colonel purchased it and read it on the call. He's going to continue it last Thursday. And then he's going to continue reading it Tuesday night and on, probably continue with it until we get these announcements. And it is very exciting, and he explains everything in plain language, what has been happening, what's going to happen, how it happened, and better than anything else, better than it's ever been explained before.
Amethyst,
wow.
Amethyst, does he bring in the BRICS countries with that? What's going on with the BRICS, or has he not got that far?
He has not gotten that far with it yet. He hasn't mentioned it as far, so we only gotten a few chapters into it. Because the Colonel told us that the Bix Weir's book, the title is Silver, Gold, Bitcoin, and God, and it's a PDF book. If you pay it's $25, you go to roadtoluda.com. I'm sure you can find where it's with a page where you can download it. And you cannot copy it.
I'm hoping that he includes the BRICS transition, because I believe that's part of the transition. Transition is a process, so we've got to go through steps. And if he doesn't bring in the BRICS, then that's just another process, in my opinion, too, another process of change. So they could both be separate, or they could be included together. So we'll just see. Don't be discouraged,
well, so
you know, that
in the chapters he has not mentioned the BRICS countries. He talks about the world in general. He's mainly making reference to China. You know,
okay, and China is with the BRICS too.
Yeah,
China is within the BRICS.
China is a major player in this, more so than any other country.
Yeah,
and that's where the dragon families are too, with the gold. So we may have two different changes, two different processes going on, or they may join later on, or they may be two different processes going on with our transition, and it's all good. Okay, go forward, guys. And then we got like...
Oh, Amethyst, do you recall if Colonel said anything about the collapse of the dollar having to occur, you know, or the European Union collapsing, stock market, all that thing, before these announcements? And does he expect the announcements or any of that to occur, like, very, very soon?
Yes. No, that I don't know if there's many people on here who have been on the Colonel call. I know Destiny has been on. I don't know if anybody else has, but if you have not, I strongly encourage you to get on the Colonel's call.
Okay. Can you give me his number?
Okay, the number is...
Okay, Amethyst, give that number, please, and PIN number, and then we got to wrap up. You guys, I want you to bring your most important stories forth, because we got, like, we're going over, and I don't want to go into Cynthia's time. Like 10 more minutes. How's that?
That's why I asked you if there was a time limit.
Yeah, and we can bring in more later on. So let's just stay focused on the stories you have really quick. We got about 10 minutes, and then if you can stay, Lori, you can bring in more later on. Go ahead, Amethyst.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay, his number for his call Tuesday and Thursday nights only at 8 o'clock, starts at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's about 2 hours. It's 712-775-7031. That is the live call. For the recording, it's the number is the same except the last 2 digits are 29. The PIN code is a long one, 982-163-425#. And that's for both the live call and the recording. And after Tuesday, you can still listen, of course, to it's like the Diamonds call. You can listen to whichever call you want. Just enter the reference number. After Tuesday, you will have to enter the reference number for last Thursday's call, March 19th. After Tuesday, it would be the reference number will be reference number 7. I figured it out. Reference number 7.
Okay.
The March 19th call. So Tuesday night's call, I assume, will be the reference will be number 8, I guess. So,
okay. Any more news, Amethyst? Any more news that you have?
Do a little bit.
I know Amethyst has to go to work, so I don't want to make sure that I'm not hurrying her. She has to go to work. I want to honor her.
I could stay on probably for another half an hour. So.
Okay, and then we got Cynthia. She's waiting in the background. So go ahead, you guys. Finish up your news. I love it.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll just give a little bit. So he says one thing that he read on the call from Bixwier's book, China will not be hurt by the destruction of the fiat dollar. It's part of the plan. And China never wanted U.S. dollars in the first place. They have wanted to build their manufacturing infrastructure. All these multinational companies have built their factories in China. They spent trillions over there. And with the destruction of the fiat currencies, when the markets crash, that leaves China very well off, because with all the debt is erased, all this world's currency, the fiat currency is all based on what? Debt. All the debt is erased. All those multinational companies have buildings in China. Guess what? After the crash, China owns all of that. Lock, stock, and barrel. And China has been building ghost cities now to deal with their to provide services, all kinds of infrastructure there, and provide services for their people, for their population, because they have 1 billion people that have they have no shortage of domestic no shortage of domestic customers. They only have a shortage of fiat dollars in the Chinese people's hands that they have to spend. And they do not need us. They do not need U.S. companies to sell their goods. All that.
Okay, great. You got any more stories, Amethyst? Or news?
No,
wow.
that's so much news.
I will let it go. I will let it go up there. There's much more, but it is very interesting and eye-opening for that.
Okay, sum up in a nutshell the much more that you have. You know, don't read anything. Just say it in your couple, 2 or 3 sentences, 4 sentences.
Okay, well, basically he's saying that with this, that the bad guys no longer control the market. They're driving they're driving everything. They're driving the price of gold and silver down to put it back into the hands of the people. And that everything is happening for the good. This is going to be a huge paradigm shift, as we all know. And we're going to have to learn to think and do a whole new way.
Thank you. That was great. And Lori, you want to give a 2 or 3 sentence summation, and then we got to go forth.
I think a summation is too hard, but basically what I'm getting out of this is Bix has been.
You're far away. Talk on the phone.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, anyway. Bix has been suggesting all along that the end of this rigging of all the markets, you know, the gold and silver and the interest rates, Forex, all the banks, you know, they go out and trade our deposits. All that's pretty much coming to an end, so that fractional reserve system is coming to an end, and the Basel III requirements are all there, and which is new banking regulations. So this will, I guess, pretty much put the end to the Federal Reserve control over all the world's banks. And Putin nationalized the Central Bank of Russia. So that's pretty much, I think, what's going to happen worldwide. We're all going to go back to our own sovereign banking, and so
very good.
Very good, which is very exciting for everybody. So anyway,
Absolutely.
I'll end there because there's too much to say.
Thank you, too. Thank you, Amethyst
And
Diamond. Thank you, Lori Diamond, you 2 news ladies, you 2 news diamonders. Thank you for bringing that in. That's good news. That goes right with our changes that are going on February 21st to March 21st today. And that is with our safety and our personal safety, and maybe Cynthia can expand on that.
Oh, yeah,
and
we didn't even touch on the astrology.
Okay. Also, yeah, I talked about it at the beginning. Also, now I have Richard that's going to sum up 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes of the equinox and the spring and the eclipse. And then I have Mim that wants to bring a little news, and then we'll bring Cynthia on. Be patient, Cynthia. Okay, we're getting there. I love y'all. Hold on here, guys. And I'm in the energy just like you are, so I'm like, so bear with me, okay? Okay, Richard, come on in, my brother. Star 6.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Richard. Okay, it's been a long time. I'm glad to hear your voice. Come on in, Richard, and give your little heart's desire.
All right. For the last hour here, I've been meditating on the astrological chart of the moment, the 3:00 p.m. Eastern Time Zone astrology chart, right? So, most of you have been around a long time, so you know what we've been going through. And what we've been going through, we're still going through. So here's a little snapshot, sort of a setup. Let me set this up for Cynthia. Okay. So Pluto, which has been square Uranus in Aries for a long time, we recently, Venus went through Aries and conjunct Uranus and squared Pluto, and Mars went through Aries shortly after Venus and squared Pluto. All right, all this is, while the Sun was moving through Pisces last month. Okay, so the current situation here is Mars and Uranus are anchoring energies in the middle of Aries, which is new creation, sourced from the source of all that is. All right, that's Aries, the source of all creation. All right, and the moon today happens to be also in Aries, and it sits between the position of Uranus and Mars. So that's a rather heavy-duty square here with Pluto, and it's the last one. This Pluto squared Uranus is the 7th of 7 exact Pluto-Uranus squares. All right, so we've got all that going on. All right, so hold that image here. All right, you got Pluto in Capricorn, which is a grounding magnetic energy, and it's being fed by divine will. Uranus in Aries. And now it's being fed as we move into this first third of spring. This square is going to be fed by solar spirit, source of what makes all this possible, see. So we've got a wonderful new creative energy here going on. All right? That's on the creative electrical masculine side. Now, along with that, this Uranus, Mars, and Venus led the way energy has been being fed by Jupiter in Leo, which is retrograde. And today it's at 14 Leo. All right. So, and Uranus is at 16 Aries. So you got, that's very close, very potent energies here. Now, on the magnetic side, and this is just as interesting and a part of the total balance of things. Mercury, which went retrograde last month, is following the Sun. It's following Venus, right? Venus is leading the way. It led the way into Aries, caught up with Mars, and is taking the lead here, all right? Solar energy is a degree a day, 1 degree a day, every day. Right now, the rate of the solar day is 59 minutes and 37 seconds. So it's a little less than a full degree per day. But we use a day, we use a degree a day when we're talking about solar energies here. But back here in Pisces, Neptune and Chiron have been there for a very long time, working on our enlightenment through wisdom, the Neptune component, Chiron, which is the energy and archetype of self-healing of old wounds. All right, we are all wounded during our travels here. And additionally, which is very interesting, has been the Mercury component, which is teaching us how to think about our wounds and our feelings and our history. And that's Mercury at the highest level here. All right. Now, the other thing going on here is Saturn, thank God, is anchoring the energies because Saturn's the big teacher guy. He starts and stops things. He's the limiter. Certain things aren't going to show up, Saturn's a gatekeeper in many ways. All right. You ain't going here until I'm satisfied that you've done your homework and your prep work. That's one of Saturn's jobs. So make friends with Saturn. And Saturn is also being moderately fed by the energy of Jupiter, which is the energy of Jupiter is interesting because Jupiter is gender neutral. Mercury and Jupiter and Neptune are gender neutral. So keep that in mind, all you advanced astrologers out there. So that's the setup here. Now, there's a very interesting thing going on here today, and this is my last comment here. And this has to do with an aspect angle of 150 degrees. And this is the point between a trine and an opposition. All right? A trine is 120 degrees, a third of the circle. An opposition is the opposite, the polarity component here. But the 150 degree is that midpoint there. And these energies are said by commentators to stir the pot, so to speak. They're uncomfortable. Trines are comfortable. Oppositions can be comfortable, like conjunctions. Conjunctions and oppositions can be comfortable depending on your nature, right? Your individual psychic incarnational nature. But the 150 degree is the wooden spoon in the big pot to get the bottom stuff brought up to the top for observation, okay? So we got Venus in conjunct Saturn, and that's Taurus and Sagittarius, all right? Taurus and Venus and Taurus is about happiness, beauty, and balance, and Mother Earth and all that. Whereas, Saturn in Sagittarius is about lessons. Lessons. So that's one in conjunct. But going on simultaneously with this one is in conjunct between Jupiter and Leo, neutral, expansive energy in a fire sign, a.k.a. spiritual, and it's contacting, all right, over there in Pisces, Neptune and Mercury, and has been with Chiron, but since Jupiter's retrograde, it's moving closer to Neptune. So Jupiter in conjunct Neptune is becoming closer over the next few days. So there's my comment and my setup for my good girlfriend, Lady Master Cynthia. Back to you. Or
what about me, Richard?
Oh yeah, well, sure, of course. I'll just toss the talking stick back to the circle and shut up.
Richard, what was that?
Well, look, I'm very interested and very pleased to be with all of you today. So I'll be happy. See, I already know what I know. I want to know what you know. So talk to me.
Well, Richard, really quick, the last two planets that are doing this today, can you give us some words that are helping us?
Jupiter is empowering the wisdom component. We are rising up and waking up. Jupiter is expanding our intellectual capacity. So it's our left brain as well as our whole brain. It's a whole brain situation with a left brain kicker.
So we're balancing out. We're turning on something that hasn't been turned on in a long time, and it's working with our other part of our brain, and we're balancing out. And that's the starting of it today. Thank you so much for that, Richard.
Well, actually, it's been going on here for several months.
Right, okay.
It's peaking at the top of the bell curve.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in.
All right,
Thank you for coming to the call. Love you too. And Cynthia, you're up next. So let me bring Mim on. I just want to star 6 Mim, and then I want to see what you have first.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mim. what kind of news and how much time? Because I'm going to see if you and Lori can come back in later and give that news. Would that be okay?
Well, I can't. Can you tell me about how long that will be? I'm in a shopping store, and I just want to make sure I'm not where it's noisy if I need to come back in.
Probably an hour and a half or so.
Okay. I will just plan. I don't know. It's pretty.
What kind of news is it? Well, is it financial or is yeah?
Yeah, well, it's financial, and it's linking this weekend period, from Friday till Monday. What I learned from Dr. Henderson was that this time frame that we're in right now, yesterday was the day of the crucifixion of Christ, 1,900 and I think it was 28 years ago, and so that would mean that if he was crucified yesterday, that time frame back, and all of the planets were lined up exactly the same then as it was yesterday, that means that regardless of what the Gregorian or the Mayan or the Hebrew calendars are saying, I don't know if the Hebrew lines up with this or not, but that would mean that on Monday would be the 3 days and the resurrection. And yes, and he indicated that there is major movement and news with regard to the 197 nations that are already on board for serving under the common law at the lowest level with the court, the world court, and then the celestial, creator, universal laws of do no harm, and in accordance with a new Declaration of Independence for everyone on Earth and for even the celestials. And so on Monday, he indicated, he kind of tells things in veiled allegory type stories, and one of the things that he mentioned was that back in the day, some of us remember when the Twilight Zone and another program called Outer Limits was on, and he mentioned that on the Outer Limits there was a part of the story where all of their televisions were taken over by another source that was bringing forth information. That would be the allusion to when we are going to have our time period where announcements come and, all the cabal systems are going to be overtaken by this news for announcements. And I'm wondering if it might be Monday because he did indicate that Monday's going to be something, grand, and he mentioned that the global reset is coming very soon, and he did talk about the dinars and the currencies both yesterday morning and last night, and it was a pretty lengthy call. Whether people go along with, that being the timeline that we're in, it does appear to be that everything is lining up for some really major, really wonderful good news, potentially Monday. Not saying that, I know for sure because it was kind of a veiled, you'd have to kind of read between the lines in some of the things that he says, indicating that might be coming up here for Monday.
Very, very, very good news. The news comes from all realms. And I had a Christian couple I used to go to church with, and they described to me, because when you study the Bible, you can see the signs and times through that. And that's kind of what they said. And all the way through September, like Cynthia's dream, having to do with the words they use, the transformation, transfiguration, and the dead being raised, you guys.
Yes.
Go ahead.
He does reference going into September as being some kind of a cutoff date, but I did want to say he mentioned that there are 27 countries that now have arrest warrants out for the Cabal elite, and he's told them, do not allow these people to come in and take refuge, in your countries, or, you will be having the same problems that they are having.
Absolutely.
And so I thought that was really, great news.
Well, you're on that point. Let me bring this story. It's only a few seconds, and that goes with what Mim just said. And this was on Reuter News, you guys. This is mainstream news. Voters in things start with one person. One person can start a fire that goes all around the world. Voters in 2 Vermont towns on Tuesday, this was March 16th, approved a measure that would instruct police arrest to arrest President George W. Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney for crimes against our Constitution. It just says voters in 2 Vermont towns on Tuesday approved a measure that would instruct police to arrest George W. Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney for crimes against our Constitution, local media reported. Local media reported. There you go.
You know, that's really excellent, and I'll be brief with this. Henderson said that he sent out letters last Friday that people in government would have gotten all the way down, I believe, to the governor level, and then on Monday he said that he was having phone conferencing or meeting with governors. So, you know, I think things are really at a critical, point here of a culmination, like Richard was saying. Richard, thank you for that report.
A critical crescendo within the transition point, in the turning point. We're in the middle of the transition. Okay, transition is from a timeline of 1 to 10. We're in the critical point of the transition on the left side of 5. We're going to crescendo into the transition onto the right side of 5 into, the good stuff.
Well, and I want to thank Richard for that report. That was really excellent. I want to thank you and Amethyst for your reports.
And Lori.
Yes, and Lori. And I just want to say, I've had the sleep disturbances, but I still feel rested when I get up. I've had a couple of days where I was really tired and slept more than usual. And I have felt that the energies are just so high. Rather than feeling that shaky, like nervousness kind of feeling, it's more of a shakiness in anticipation of, oh my gosh, this is so huge. I'm just so fortunate and blessed to be here at this time and be a part of this. And I just want to be an encouragement to other people, in agreement with you and with the things that Cynthia has taught us, to just keep coming back to grounding and gratefulness and the self-forgiveness and treating yourself well and not beating yourself up and being grateful and thankful and happy. And that's where I really feel in a good place today, and I hope everybody else does too. We're in a good place, and I look forward to Cynthia's message.
Thank you, my dear sister, Mim. I love you. We're going to meet someday, face to face, huh?
We will.
Because you're there in Colorado.
Cynthia, you bet.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're coming through, girl.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
And yes, I just want to say, you got to go to work during the day, but as much as you can, I'm finding with all these high energies, and now we know it's a good stuff, and so don't freak out. When you're getting really, really tired, where you got to lay down, I'm finding if I can get where I can lay down even for 5 or 10 minutes, I feel refreshed and can get back up. But if you're in a position where you can just lay down and rest and enjoy it, do so, because this is rare. This is a rare change. It's a significant change. It's an awesome change, and I'm humbled to be part of the change too. It's awesome. So I want to try to enjoy every little moment of this change, even the tiredness, the shakiness, and just enjoy it and connect with Mother Earth, connect with our brothers and sisters, and connect with every living thing, and with you guys in collective consciousness. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing thus far. And Lori, stand by. You'll get a chance to bring forth anything else that you get. I love your summations, Lori. You do great. And Amethyst and Mim and Richard and Cynthia, thank you for being patient. I want to just honor Cynthia before she comes on. I did have a chance to do a Diamonds blog this week, and this all comes from Cynthia. I thank you, my sister. And I wanted to encourage everybody else that I can get it to worldwide through the blog. And it's a small reading. It's what Cynthia taught us last week. It says, command and declare. And I want to just say for the last 3 days I've been doing this, and, I'll be vulnerable and share with you. You command and declare for yourself. Think of yourself, because as you change, as you heal, as you command and declare and get it, by the way, you are helping yourself. And when you are helping yourself, we are all one. And when one is helped, all are helped. Literally, you help the world just loving yourself and commanding and declaring things yourself. So I've been commanding for myself relationships in the one, relationships with our star brothers and sisters, building it on diamonds. That's so fervent in my heart. And that's one of the things I want to talk to Cynthia about, but we'll do that later. And my life to be in rest, to just take a deep breath, take my time in every step I do throughout the day and enjoy that. That's my heart's yearning too. And, to be with family again. I'll start crying. My mom's at a nursing home. I haven't visited her in a long time, and I feel really bad about that. And, my sister I haven't talked to on the phone, but that was a journey I had to take to be a part of from my family for a while as I changed and awakened. I haven't talked to my sister and, just to enjoy my family again, my cousins, my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandchildren, and my pets without rushing through things and thinking about 10 things you got to do to finish by the end of the day. So here it is, the command and declare, and do this now with these energies, you guys. Command and declare during this season of the eclipse where the sun and moon join together, Friday, March 20th. Start now, and we can still do this. And I went out to a state park and did all this, and even at home or wherever you're at. Command and declare all your desires in your heart. As you command and declare for yourself, you help all of us. We are all one. So you do a favor for us. It goes like this. I command and declare, and fill in the desire that's welling up in your heart. I command and declare, fill in your desire, for the highest good of all concerned to happen, and wrap it with supreme happiness and maximum efficiency, minimum effort only. So it is, and so be it. This is good to, okay, I can't even read. This is good to do now and through this week during the holy, awesome time of this rare sun, moon eclipse and more, you guys, we talked about. Happy solstice, blessings of love, peace, and joy, turning to bliss to you, Diamonds, Elizabeth Diamond. Okay, and then let me just read this by Robert F. Kennedy, our beautiful president that had an awesome heart of gold. Few will have the greatness to bend history itself, but each of us can work to change a small portion of events. It is from numberless diverse acts of couraged belief that human history is shaped. Each time a man stands up for an ideal or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy, and daring those ripples build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. Robert F. Kennedy. And you can do this, what I just read, with your commanding and declaring. Please go inside, command and declare for yourself. Please love yourself. The desires that are in your heart now, the desires that are welling up in these days, please command and declare it. I command and declare, blank, fill it in. The highest good of all concerned happen in this, wrapped in supreme happiness with only maximum efficiency, minimum effort. So with that, Miss Cynthia, my dear sister, star 6, to come on in. Thanks for being patient here.
Okay, I just hit star 6.
There you are.
I'm going to take the mystery out of Victoria's command. With incredible gratitude to Richard and to you. Victoria's command is let me just give a little background here to this statement. There are ancient teachings, very, 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 very ancient teachings, that the attacking intelligences of the earth that have been working with this thing for tens of thousands of years tried to eradicate. And the keepers of these ancient teachings had to go underground, major, big time. And they finally surfaced through 4 books by a man named Franz Barden. He was tortured by the Nazis for 3 years. He never broke. And when he came out, he wrote these books. If you'll go to Amazon.com or wherever you buy your books, and you want to get Frabato the Magician, Initiation into Hermetics, The Practice of Magical Evocation, and The Keys to the True Kabbalah. Those 4 books. And you can get the new ones, but if you can get the old ones, I would recommend getting the old ones. Real old ones. And I've been buying up everything I can buy on him for years. And this came from a situation that happened in 1985, where my husband at the time, he's since deceased 10 years ago, had his second lung collapse. And he called in a man whose sister was the head nun in the Philippines at the time. And this guy had done so many miraculous healings that he had been made vice president of the Filipino Psychic Surgeon Association. You need to Google that one too. Long story short, we flew this guy in to heal Michael's lung. And while he was here, he gave many classes, day after day after day after day. He lived here in our house for 3 weeks. And I had just had an x-ray done. The doctor had shown me my x-ray. I had a double S-curve scoliosis. My spine looked like an S. I was about 35 years old at the time. And when this guy came in here to heal Michael's lung, I said to him, well, can you heal my spine? And a strange look came over his face. He
Can she talk louder?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. A strange look came over his face, and he said, let me think about it. And at least 24 hours passed, and he came back to me, and he said, the spirit doctors do not want to heal your spine. They want to replace it. Is that okay with you? And I said, yeah, it is. And that initiated a 5-week period of time where I went through the strangest physical experiences that I can't even explain it. Okay, you would have to go through it to understand it. But long story short, this guy was probably the most powerful magician on the planet. And he has since passed on. If you had seen him on the street or passed him in a bus, I will guarantee you would have thought of him as nothing. Nothing. You would have looked at this guy and thought, this guy is nothing. And that was on purpose. His name was Reverend Joseph Martinez. But anyway, the point I am making is, he said, there are 10,000 books on Kabbalah. And Kabbalah are the ancient teachings that are the precursors, the common precursors of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. There are 10,000 books. He said there are only 4 of them that are correct. They've all been
bastardized.
Yeah, thank you. And so I got the books. Can
you name the books again, please?
Yes, I will be happy to do it. Frabato the Magician. And that is sold as a fictional book. But it's not. It's what the Cabal is. If you want to know what the Cabal is, read Frabato the Magician.
Can you spell the first word? Is it
F-R-A-B-O-T-A. It is his name was Franz Barton. It was like a thingy-do on his name.
Frabato
the Magician. The next one is Initiation into Hermetics. Now, most of you on the call won't need that book because you are masters who have reincarnated into here at this time to help us get through this transition. It'll be difficult for you to read because it'll be boring. It'll be like a college graduate trying to read first, second, and third grade books. But nonetheless, that's the first book. Initiation into Hermetics by Franz Barton. The second book, and these are really all one book, put into 3 different books. The second book is The Practice of Magical Evocation. And the third and last book, or the fourth, if you consider Frabato the Magician as the first book, is The Keys to the True Kabbalah. And if you buy it from Amazon.com, get the old used ones. I don't care how beat up they are, how poor quality they are, how many times people have written in the margins. The older ones I definitely recommend because they change them every time they produce them. The truth is still in every single one of them. But the older ones, oh my God. So after 5 weeks, after this dude got his invisible spirit doctors to work on my spine, in those 5 weeks I went through changes like you wouldn't believe. And I think at this time, fast forward to this time, because that was like 1985, we're all going through amazing changes. And these flares from the sun, if you had to put them under a file, it would be under grace and mercy. But at the end of 5 weeks back then in those days, I went back to the doctor, had an x-ray on my spine. Same doctor, same x-ray machine, same clinic. And the dude was about ready to have a heart attack. He was in shock. He said, "This is not supposed to happen." He invited us into his private quarters that no patients are ever supposed to go to. And he showed me the before and the after, where I had the double S-curve scoliosis, and 5 weeks later, you know what? Perfectly straight spine, middle-aged woman. He said, "This is scientifically impossible. What did you do?" And I knew this poor man Well, and I probably was wrong. I probably could have talked to him, but what the heck? I was 35 years old. I said, I prayed. I prayed to God.
Yeah, you're talking about commanding and declaring, right? This has to do with commanding and declaring.
Yes.
What happened?
Okay.
You commanded and declared.
Okay, here's the deal. Thank you, Elizabeth. You are just incredibly beautiful. In the astrological chart for yesterday, which was the solar total eclipse, which happened in the morning, just hours before the equinox in the evening, Mars was at the place of, hold on to your seats, please hear me, victorious command. It was only 6 degrees away from Uranus at the place of victory through love and friendship, which was only 5 degrees away from the south node, which is where we've all come from, which is grace and mercy. The only way this solar system and this planet and our ancestors have made it in the past is through grace and mercy, because we have been through an initiation, a warrior task assignment that absolutely, just think of the movies that you've seen of the martial artists where they had to confront their enemies and overcome almost unimaginable situations. And we're moving to the north node, which is the place of patrons and benefactors. Now, patrons and benefactors can come from anywhere. They can come from the earth, with Nasara, with going into common law, with Eisenhower trying to tell us the truth. But they can come from anywhere in the created universes. And before I get into a lot of detail about the situation right now, I just want to add this kind of footnote. When you're dealing with aliens, whether you're dealing with them on the inner through telepathy, or whether you actually see them physically or in an altered state.
Yes, I want to ask some questions about that, Cynthia, too.
Go ahead. Give me a question.
Let's just go back to patrons and benefactors. Can you just describe a little bit more what that is?
Yeah,
like in 2 or 3 minutes.
Patrons and benefactors are the heavenly hosts of 11 degrees Libra. Richard, I know you're on there. Would you mind reading that?
Oh, that'd be great. It's really short, you guys.
It's not a big deal. Okay, Richard, are you on? Can you hit *6?
And patrons and benefactors, again, that's now, or we're going into that, right?
Okay. Any astrological chart, when you go to these free websites where you can put in your birth date and you get your astrological chart, the astrological chart is like a bow and an arrow. And the direction that it goes in is the north node of the moon. And some of the most enlightened, mind-boggling astrologers that I've ever met, when you pay them money to do your chart, the only thing they will read to you, the only thing is the north node of the moon, because that is where you're going. That is where you're going. And yesterday we had a solar total eclipse. And just a minute, Richard, the last time this particular kind of eclipse occurred was in 71 AD, which was the destruction of the Temple of Solomon. There's a few differences. back then in 71 AD, the full lunar eclipse preceded the solar eclipse. Well, in this time, the solar eclipse precedes the lunar eclipse, which is April 4th, I believe. I don't have my notes in front of me.
It is.
Yes. So, folksies, listen up.
So patrons and benefactors we're going into now. It started today
the
or
north
when?
node of the moon for this solar eclipse is patrons and benefactors. Richard.
Thank you.
Go ahead, girl. My sweet brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's what it says. Page 301, Divine Sky. Lagiros, Lagiros. Beloved, with
Richard, let me just prelude. The Divine Sky is the book that Cynthia wrote that she didn't write. The angels, the 365 angels that are assigned to each degree around the earth came to her, and she wrote this huge book, and you can order it, by the way. I'll have Cynthia give it to you. But these angels, the one that Richard's reading from this book is the angel of patrons and benefactors. And so I just wanted to prelude the room, so in case anybody didn't want or didn't know, I can't even talk right now, you guys, excuse me. But I really encourage you to get this book, and it helps, and Cynthia can tell a little bit about it. So go ahead and read for the North Node now. Thanks.
All right. These are the angels that work with the direction of 11 degrees of Libra. Right? And this is what they transmitted to Cynthia. They said, Beloved, with grace and mercy, benefactors support other people and situations to reveal the splendor and majesty of divine being in the world. In this way, love restores harmony and justice, success and satisfaction to all. We, these angels, we connect benefactors to people and situations of any sort to reflect cosmic will for heaven on earth. Patron and genius, benefactors, excuse me, that's an automatic thing on my computer. That really sucks. All right, killed that. We connect benefactors to people and situations of any sort to reflect cosmic will for heaven on earth. Patron and genius. All right, this is the pair. Benefactor and recipient are gifts to each other as well as to the world. Love is shown in the world through benevolent patrons and benefactors of all kinds. Often, important discoveries, inventions, artworks, or projects are developed through gifted people who do not have enough wealth or influence to bring these to full completion on their own. Then it is up to a person with riches or power to step in and help by becoming a patron or benefactor. I close that. I apologize for the interruption.
Is that it, Richard?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for reading that.
Okay, these angels are aware of every genius who requires patronage. When ordained, we make sure that connection is made with the person of power or wealth who brings this genius to fruition. Right? You judge people by the fruits of their labor. We stay with both parties, both patron and genius, to inspire and guide the relationship. Both the patron and the genius have chosen their incarnations and spent their lives developing their respective positions. The genius focuses on developing his or her gift, and therefore opportunities to become financially successful or powerful are often sacrificed. The patron, on the other hand, develops his or her financial base and sphere of influence, and thereby does not develop whatever other potential genius lies within. Through the qualities of the letters of our name, we bring these two together, genius and benefactor. And they do together what neither could do alone. The genius gives wings to the patron's money and power, and the patron gives wings to the genius's gift. Providence has ordained the sacred interactions between patron and genius, benefactor and recipient, since the beginning of time. This sacred connection brings joy and fulfillment to both and gives a feeling of worth that transcends what each would feel alone. Lagiros. Back to you.
Thank you, my sweet brother.
Thank you for that. And that has to do with all of us individually and as a collective, you know, the governments and the corporations and us and like But Cynthia, if I wanted to ask you some questions with this ET thing. Let's finish up on the patron and benefactors. I'm sure you have something you want to say.
No, I don't have any more to say on the patrons and benefactors. The ET thing, big deal. Huge.
Yes.
Huge.
Okay, good.
Huge.
Let me tell you my story, and then I know you're going to talk what you have in your heart, and it goes with that. I have to start with the story. It was one Christmas, I was home alone. I spent it alone by choice, and I stumbled on Tolek, and Tolek is with the Andromedan Council. He bilocates there. But I've studied ETs and star people before. But this one Christmas when I stumbled on him, I didn't know him. I listened to it all weekend. And after I was done listening to it, I felt really close to them, like they were really real, like it was just another people nation. So then two summers go by, and one summer I was thinking what I was going to do for the Diamonds Call, and Franco was first starting to come on. And I just got this knowing in my heart, a knowing. I sat there and listened to my heart, and it's like, yes, we have to start building intimate team building with our star brothers and sisters, like an intimate relationship with them. And how do you team build and how do you build a relationship? Well, you know, not necessarily have to meet face-to-face first. You start, you know, ask each other questions and learn about each other. And so that's been my heart's desire for one of the themes of the Diamonds Call. So I've been talking with them, calling them in, using the prayer wand, having our little heart-to-heart talk with them, many different sorts. And, you know, Ray's been on the line with George and his Fab Four come through the Skype line, and we've heard his ship fly through timelines and heard George, the Elephant Man, breathing through his trunk and the Serpent Gray slurping. And now then the commanding and the commanding and the declaring come with the solstice before and now even, you guys. I went to the state park yesterday and talked with them again, and it's just fervent. And at that time of knowing, when I knew we're going to build start building intimate relationships with them on the Diamonds line, I knew it was going to be a time of rest. Rest means like we're able to take a deep breath in our life and we can just enjoy life every moment, be in the now, and have fun with it. I had that emotion in me. That's when the time would be. And now this is the time. But then last week you talked about when you talked to ET races, then I didn't know, because I had a discussion with Franco on one of our calls, that I didn't know that some ETs can speak English, but they can, and they, speak telepathy. But there's some that can speak English. Out of Ray's 33 ETs that he's met and built relationship with, literally face-to-face, over a 50-year span, and his grandpa and his dad, 3 or 4 of them can speak English. And from Julian Wells, I've learned that there's technology like a phone that some can have that they can put up to their ear and speak English. To speak their language through it, and it conveys us to English. So now, the last week, then you talked about, the ETs, and I was awesomely glad that you brought the subject up because I knew you were sensing something that we're ready to build this relationship, one-on-one and even together, like, for example, the Diamonds line. So when you brought up that, some of them don't understand, so you got to imagine and picture that in your mind, and that they'll get that. They'll get that way, so you can communicate that way with them. So when I went to the state park yesterday, I tried to imagine me talking to him and having our heart-to-heart talk, like, come on, let's do this. Let's start the relationship. It's a process, steps of process. Little steps, make big steps. And what's the next step would be, like compared to Fab 4 George and Here in the Ship, the next step would be one of you guys or more than one of you guys come on the line one at a time or whatever and talk on the phone, and we ask each other questions, get to know each other. So, Cynthia, I just want to let you know I did add that to my my venture, that the imagining the pictures in your mind to talk to the ETs. I even imagined this energy that I send up, that there's diamonds flowing through that energy, and in that diamond, all they have to do is break it open, and they can hear my plea to build intimate relationship with them. And also, what's the other thing I wanted to say? I also been commanding and declaring this, and saying it's time, you guys. And so anyway, I just want to tell you my story. And my question is, please describe a little bit more. I mean, that was a hard concept for me to imagine. How do I imagine pictures trying to discuss?
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, baby girl.
Okay.
Okay, get a clue here. Why do you think they've been putting fluoride in the water? Google it. It inhibits the pineal gland. They did not want us making pictures in our imagination. When we imagine things in our imagination, that is made possible by the pineal gland. Pineal gland is pretty small. It's in the middle of our brain. It's in what's called the cave of Brahma. There's the pituitary and the hypothalamus, directly connected to the optic nerve. The optic nerve goes from your right eye into the cave of Brahma, where the pineal pituitary hypothalamus is, back to the left eye. Why? Why would they want to calcify that? Fast forward to Rome, Italy, the Holy See, the Vatican. Right out in front, in Peter's Square, is a huge pine cone. Guess what your pineal gland looks like? A pine cone. They didn't want us to remember that we are God. They wanted us to stay in fear, work in their factories, fight their wars. Fluoride in the water. No-brainer. The solar eclipse that happened yesterday morning, which is the closure, it's like bookends, of the destruction of the Temple of Solomon in 71 AD. Is the destruction of the need of any temple whatsoever. Financial temples, political temples, religious temples, cultural, civil temples, any kind of temples. It's the destruction of any edifice that would in any way, shape, form, or fashion, real or imagined, separate us from the truth that we are God and that there's only one of us. You can see all the planets, solar systems, galaxies, universes, anything in time and space that you want to see or not want to see. But regardless, there really is a unified field. There is one being. Those of us who are in physical incarnation at this time have chosen to come to the very lowest common denominator. We are the most humble that there ever could be. We are the part of God who has...
Cynthia?
Yeah?
Can you speak up a little bit? Some people aren't hearing
I don't
you.
know why it's not coming through. I'm speaking right into the thing.
Yeah.
It's just weird. It's probably these solar flares.
That's okay. You sound good to me.
Okay. I'm going to try to up the ante here. Here we go. There's so much I could say right now. I could speak so long. I could give you so much background information. But here's the deal. Victorious commands. Richard, I hate to do this to you. Hey, Elizabeth, how long do we have?
We have as long as you have.
Oh, okay, I hope you don't mind being hugged over the phone. Richard, would you mind reading Victorious Command? It's the place of Mars in the solar eclipse chart yesterday. It is exactly, let me give you the exact degree. It is 22 degrees Aries.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And Cynthia, can I just ask you a quick question? Since you brought it up on the other call, you were talking about, you were alluding to the fact that ETs will be communicating with us soon, and you gave some hints.
Let me do this before you do that. Thank you so much. My Mars is in Pisces.
Yeah, I know. We're all like that today.
Oh, God, hell,
It's all of us. Help us get through this, or we're bringing it through.
But it's conjunct my son. I mean, it's all okay. But, yeah, thank you. Anybody on this call, anybody meets me in the future, past, or the whatever future, please do this, what you just did, which is just bring me back.
So the ETs,
I'm going to tell you
some
folks, listen, because I don't want to take a lot of time to explain the ifs, ands, and buts and the scientific background. Here's the deal. A, you are God, period. No matter what your father, what your mother, what your people at the high school, the sorority clubs or fraternity clubs, what they did or did not do, does not matter. No. You are God, period. And so is everything else, period. And the subject, we're not going to discuss it anymore. But as a human aspect of God, you have command. You do. Period. You know, whatever you've been taught, whatever emotional traumas you've been through, you have command. You do. Period. And during this time, you can either go into your sob stories. You can go into all these feelings of not being loved, not being validated, whatever, which is all valuable, which is a whole nother discussion. Or you can just say, look, all that may have happened. I may have had all those feelings. That's the part where Christ said, I have taken on the sins of the world. But here's the deal. All that being validated, nonetheless, you are and I am a son or daughter of God, period. End of subject. And as such, we have dominion over all of creation, all of creation, all of creation, all of it, from the subatomic particles to the vast reaches of space. And when you're talking to ETs, okay, just follow me a minute. Just give me some grace here. If you speak English and you run into someone who speaks Spanish or German, you don't know the language, French, Swahili, whatever it may be, oh my God. Nobody understands anybody else. Can you imagine, extrapolate that to ETs from other dimensions, other planets? Now, some of them have learned to speak English. But here's what I want to just throw into the pot here. Hopefully it'll be relevant at some point in your experience. If you want to communicate, whether it's to ETs or to microorganisms in your own body or to animals out there in the woods or plants, do it through visual images in your imagination. Forget English, Spanish, German, Swahili, French, Russian, whatever. Forget it. And go into visual images. For example, say you're walking through the woods and you meet, your third eye is opened, and you meet a nature spirit. I think it's a little bit snotty and presumptuous to think that the nature spirit's going to understand English or German or whatever your native language may be, Swedish, Norwegian, whatever. There are hundreds of tongues on the earth alone. Can you imagine what it's like in the multi-universe with the different planets? The key to communication is two things. And if you get nothing else from this call, if you can get this, is visual images combined with emotion, with feelings. For example, just suppose, you are an ET, an extraterrestrial from some multi-universe out there somewhere who's come to Earth to help us right now. And I'm an earthling. Maybe I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, which I did, or, Germany, or Nairobi, or New Zealand. And I want to talk to you. But you don't speak German or English or French or whatever. How do I do it? How? Okay, this is why they put the fluoride in the water. Okay, they didn't want us to do this. Imagine loving them. Get a visual image in your mind of loving them. Now, the visual image that you get in your mind will be unique to you because there's no two of us alike. That's why they have DNA testing. There's no two DNA alike, no two snowflakes alike, no two fingerprints alike. That's why they have fingerprinting things. So the visual image that you or I get in our minds when dealing with some ET from who knows where, or even a elemental from our own earth, will be unique to us. So I cannot tell you what you'll see, but you create it. We are all artists. In the Mayan calendar, we're in the age of flowers. And they say that time is art. So each and every one of us, when we create a visual image, not words, in our native language. Okay. Each and every one of us will get a different visual image. And don't compare yours to anyone else's. You have to have enough faith in who you are as a divine being. Not only do you have to have enough faith in who you are as a divine being. And I really want y'all to hear this. Please, I beg of you, please hear what I'm about to say. This is so huge, especially if you're a female. Not only that, but you have to have love. Oh my God, such love for who you are as a divine being. Oh my God, such incredible love that it supersedes everything else. And it helps you understand why you came into physical incarnation and why you exposed yourself to this craziness that we've all exposed ourselves to. Because you are so darn important as a unique expression of the divinity that out of the trillions of entities that wanted to come here and help at this time, you were special forces. You were such kick-ass major mojo that out of the trillions of individualized sons and daughters of God that wanted to come here and help at this time, you were chosen to actually have a physical body and to be here. There's only 7 billion of us out of trillions. It takes 1,000 million to make a billion, and it takes 1,000 billion to make a trillion. And out of trillions of entities who wanted to come here at this time, you're actually here. It's sure you're damaged. You're damaged beyond belief. What you had to go through just to come down here and be in physical incarnation is, oh my God.
Cynthia?
Yeah.
Let this be a sign. Tell me what kind of sign this is. It's not just for me. It's for everybody. It's what you're talking about. So while I was at the Regional State Park yesterday, commanding and declaring in my divinity, having dominion, because we all have dominion over everything, because that's the way God made it. And when I was commanding, declaring, not just for the ET relationships, but other things, I was walking around different spots and just being in nature, laying down and all that. And I was also taking pictures on my phone. So at the end of my journey, I was walking on the horse trail that the horses, they have horseback riding there. And at the end of my journey, one of my last pictures I took, I was looking down, and guess what I found?
What?
A pine cone.
Well, hello.
And I took that pine cone, and I thought, I'm going to take a picture of it. And I thought of the pineal gland then, but I didn't put two and two together until you talking.
But that's why we're all working together, girl.
And I took that pine cone and I held it in my hands, and I made sure all of my 5 fingers were showing. I held it in my palm of one of my hands, and I took a picture of that pine cone. So, commanding and declaring and find the pine cone, what does that all mean, huh?
Okay, which hand did you hold it in?
This is odd, I held it in my left hand.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense to me because you're a female. The left hand, do you have the Divine Sky book?
No, I want to get it though.
Well,
maybe Richard can read it.
It's the letter F, and unfortunately, when the lady did the Divine Sky book, she cut out over half of the information just so it wouldn't be. The book weighs 5 pounds, and it's over 600 pages. So the Divine Sky, let me read to you what you just described, which is the letter F, which is part of the stuff that she cut out. She had to. The book weighs 5 pounds.
F or S? A, B, C, D, E, F?
F. It's the left
F is
hand.
in Frank. Okay, thank you.
F is in Frank. Let me just find it here. This is a 1975 version. Okay, here it is. Let me read it. Now, this book that I'm reading from was translated from German to English, and anybody who knows German knows that German is much more refined and sophisticated than English, so you're just going to have to give it poetic license, F. In the Akasha. Now, when they talk about the Akasha, they're talking about the deep delta brainwave state, which is dominant in infancy. It's also in our deep dreamless sleep every night, it says here. In the Akasha, y'all are going to really have to give poetic license here, but anyway. In the Akasha principle, the letter F represents the legality and harmony of all visible worlds. And by the way, the letter F is the left arm. That is the microcosm and the macrocosm. By using this divine virtue, the Kabbalist will come to know legality as the most perfect harmony. And furthermore, to see the operation and the laws of analogy of the macro and microcosm in their truest form. Someone who perfectly masters this letter in a Kabbalistic sense will be able to find at once the analogous legality of any idea. What this is saying, and I've been studying these books since 1985. I am obsessed by them. Because when this Dudament, Reverend Joseph Martinez, got my spine straightened out when I was 35 years old, and he told me these are the only 4 books I needed to study, I became just obsessed with them. And I've been studying them all these years. And to be honest with you, I'm probably in 1st grade. I'm just as messed up as anybody else. I've been through what everybody else has been through. You know, the education and the media and so forth and so on. So I offer this very humbly. Okay, in the mental kingdom of the mind, the legality of harmony in all visible worlds represents the unification and the interdependence of the 4 basic qualities of the spirit, namely willpower, intellect, emotion, which is living, and consciousness in their entirety. By the oscillation of the legality of the harmony of all visible worlds, the Kabbalist learns to understand the legality in the mental kingdom of these four basic qualities, as well as their analogous correlations. And y'all, as you hear this, listen to what you're saying to yourself, okay? If you're saying, what is she talking about? What does that mean? That part of your consciousness that's saying that, oh my God, we love it so much. It's just trying to help, okay? It's just trying to help. But ask it to go sit in the corner and tell it you'll talk to it later and thank it. But here's the deal. You and I and everything in creation, down to the smallest atom, we're all sacred. We're all divine. Everything that exists is a miracle. And you as a human being are a son or God or daughter of God. No matter how many vaccinations you've had, how many traumas you've gone through, how many amazing technologies have been used to control your mind and your emotions and your body, you're still and all a son or daughter of God. And just as Christ was crucified on the cross, so have we been crucified with chemtrails, genetically modified food. The food supply has been weaponized. The media, the educational systems, religious systems, the economical systems, everything.
You're really low, Cynthia.
What?
And just in case I got the wrong hand, what's the right hand really quick? Just really quick. I don't want to take more
time. The right hand is the letter H, which is the power of the word. It's a silvery violet color. The left hand, which we're talking about now, is a lime green color.
That's my favorite color.
Is it really?
Yeah, but I think I was wrong. I said left, but I think I held it in my right hand. But it's both. Anyway, it was a microcosm of the macrocosm.
Well, the very fact that you did that in your right hand means that as a divine goddess, because you did incarnate in a feminine form, you've done it.
Glory.
Praise God.
And I was just a microcosm of the macrocosm that yesterday in the park saying to the macrocosm, we're doing it. Take that dominion, go command and demand, and do it, and wrap it in, which I got from Cynthia, by the way, when you command and demand it in the highest good of all concerned, and then I wrap it in supreme happiness with only maximum efficiency, minimum effort. That's just my thing. But Cynthia taught me that. You taught me that, Cynthia. Thank you.
Well, girl, thank you for all you're doing.
And should we bring Richard on? And I wanted to ask.
Let me finish. I need to do the astral and the material. And
yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to. I don't want to keep you long. I don't want to make you do anything you don't want to do. So.
Oh, I'm doing what I want to do. No problem. No hyperblema, as they say.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask when you're ready and finished, if you would bless us with one of your beautiful meditations of the desire of your heart for us today. When we're all done.
How much time do we have, Elizabeth?
When you and Richard are done, when you're done talking, all you want to talk, and then we'll end it with one of your meditations, and we have a few other things to do. So I got all the time in the world.
I love that. That's like the strawberries on top of the cake to say that to me.
Aw.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can record for 6 hours, and I've done it before.
I love you so much.
Aw, I love you too.
Listen, girl, please, can you take it in as a sister to a sister? Thank you.
I received it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me continue reading. Astral. Now, whenever anybody talks about the astral kingdom, they're talking about the emotional kingdom, which is the alpha brainwave state. The mastery of this letter oscillation makes the Kabbalists perceive and control the mystery of the quadrupolar magnet and the sphere of influence of the four elements in the emotional kingdom. The Kabbalist acquires the ability of mastering any characterological quality, any divine virtue, by its Oh, I love it. I love it. I love these things. It's just such humorous. Okay, the Kabbalist acquires the ability of mastering. Y'all, this is so technical. Let me just tell you about the letter F, okay? Here's the deal. First off and foremost, whoever it is you think you are, so-and-so's daughter, so-and-so's son, rich, poor, middle class, educated, not educated, popular, not popular, none of that has any significance whatsoever compared to the fact that you are a son or daughter of God. And whatever your story is, whatever family you incarnated into, and whatever experiences that you've experienced, that is you following in the footsteps of the Christ. Christ took on the sins of the world. So have you. He paid the price. So have you. The original one, Christ, said, all that I do, you shall do and more. And everyone on this call has done more. And it's time to use victorious command through a radical leap of faith. Because, I mean, let's just get real here for just a few moments. Our food is contaminated. Our water is contaminated. These satellites, these cell phone towers. Let me just tell you this. One of the people who have saved my life, I wouldn't be on this call without this guy. He committed suicide in October because he was a target of these exotic technologies that have gotten into the hands of the cabal to eradicate their enemies. He saved my life. And he committed suicide because he was targeted by these cell phone towers and these satellites. There's exotic technology being used. And it's been used on all of us. These vaccinations, the media, what we've been taught, having to go to school. You realize when we were little kids, little itty bitties, we needed to be out in nature. We needed to be with our mommies and our poppies. What did they do? They made our mommies and our poppies stressed, worried about paying the bills, having to go to work. The poppies separated from the mommies. We, the little kids, were put in buildings with strange people, other kids we didn't know. There has been the most incredible attack on the Garden of Eden, because Earth was created to be the Garden of Eden. There's been an incredible attack upon us. But what does that mean? What does that mean? If you study immunology, which I did. There's a lot of medical doctors in my family. What the research shows is that the healthiest children are exposed at an early age when their immune system is developing to every pathogen you could ever possibly imagine. The healthiest children with the strongest immune systems crawl on their hands and knees in farms where there's chicken shit, cow shit, goat shit, pig shit, pigeon shit. They breathe it in, and their developing immune systems create antibodies to every pathogen you could ever imagine. And guess what the research shows? The sickest kids, the ones that have the greatest allergies, are the ones that, when they were little itty-bitties, had the cleanest houses. Substances were used to kill bacteria, so they couldn't build antibodies. Now, what is true on the physical plane and emotional plane and mental plane and spiritual plane? It is that we are now correcting what has been wrong. And it is done through victorious command. So no matter who you are and who your parents told you were, and your schools told you were, and the peers told you were, and the media, you need to just put it down to disposal. You need to just put it out in the trash and the recycling. Because I don't care how much you were loved. I don't care how much you were not loved. It can't even come close to who you really are. You are so incredibly amazing. When the truth comes out, this is what I've been told. And Elizabeth implied earlier that I would talk about what's unfolding, and I will. But no matter, you could have been born into the most rich family with the greatest reputation that ever could be. It can't even come close to who you are. Take a cup of tea here. The truth is, and this is going to be a complete contradiction, is there is only God. There is only God. There is only one being. The unified field of Einstein. There's only one. And guess what? And like I said, I gave a disclaimer earlier. You're it. Each one of us is it. Each grain of sand, each mineral, plant, animal, human, planet, solar system, galaxy, universe, multi-universe, omni-universe, however large or small you want to go, there is only one. And you could have been born a mineral, you could have been born a plant or an animal, but if you've been born a human, whether on this planet or any other, in any form, shape, or whatever, if you're a human, you have dominion. And I'm just going to tell you, from one dominion person to another, there's only one thing to do. This is why we've put ourselves through all this, horrible crap, to learn this the hard way through many lifetimes, on many planets, in many dimensions. Here's the deal. We're only one being. We're only one. But we have to entertain ourselves. So to entertain ourselves, we create. We're artists. And to create, we have to use two things. Please stay with me, people. These two things are, here we go, just bear with. Time is one of them, and space is the other. To create, we have to use time and space. Okay? Well, here's the deal. Space is emotion. Whatever you are feeling, whatever emotion you're feeling, happy or sad, full of enthusiasm, excitement, or just depression, sadness, wanting to give up. But whatever your emotions are is space. Okay? And you can make a list of emotions. Peaceful, contented, upset, frightened. You could just make this huge list of emotions. But that is space. Now, what is time? Time is the material reality that we live in. And if you'll read the book, Initiation into Hermetics, that we taught before, you'll get into this thing. And I just want to add a footnote here. Those of you on this call, and most of us on this planet, the reason we were allowed to incarnate here is because we're masters. Oh my God, we are so masters. They wouldn't allow anybody to incarnate on this planet unless we were. Why? Well, hey, come on, guys. Get a clue. Look at what's been going on down here. Only masters could survive. Right? This is Armageddon. This is Armageddon. What Christ went through in the crucifixion on Golgotha, we are going through too. And only those of us who are the Christ were allowed to come down here to incarnate. The babies are given vaccinations, and you're hearing all about that. Our parents were put through World War I, World War II, the Cold War, all the manipulation of the media, the paperclip stuff that was mentioned earlier through Amethyst. My God, we have been crucified. And only those souls who are capable of going through crucifixion and going through the 3 days of hell and coming through in transfiguration. We're allowed to come down here. And guess who those are? Guess who those people are? You and me. And yeah, we feel like blooming idiots. We're saying, who, me? But guess why? Because we are so humble. Christ said, what you've done to the least of these, you've done to me. That's how humble we are. It is written, God is aware of the least sparrow. A sparrow is a little bird. It's not very pretty. It's not like a peacock or even a chicken that lays an egg. It's this little tiny little thing. God is aware of the least sparrow. Step on a blade of grass and the universe trembles. Those of us who have incarnated on this plane are the most humble. And as the most humble, we are the most powerful. It's an oxymoron. We're the most powerful. Why? Because our hearts have been broken into absolute and the infinities of infinities. And all we know and all we want and all we can conceive of and all that will make us happy is if everything is happy. We're so far beyond the win-lose paradigm. We just want everything to be happy. And this is what I really wanted to go into today, Elizabeth. And again, it is it's based on astrology, which is the universal time clock. As big a deal as it was yesterday with the solar eclipse, there is another huge kick-ass event happening on April 16th. And that is when Pluto stations to go retrograde. This last Pluto-Uranus square, both of them were direct. It is extraordinary that they were both direct. But Pluto is stationing to go retrograde on April 16th. I want to prepare everybody, and then I'm going to do what Elizabeth asked about teaching about my dream. But this is just pure astronomical science. The north node for when Pluto stations to go retrograde is 10 degrees Libra. Richard, are you still on? If you are, would you read 10 degrees Libra? The north node, as I said before, is where the arrow flies. And this will be April 16th. Remember, Elizabeth said earlier that we had just been through the healing of the first chakra from February 21st to March 21st, which is about now. We're healing the physical plane. But from March 21st to April 21st, we're healing the plane of relationships. And on, okay, thank you. On April 16th, 2015.
Okay, I unmuted the room. Can you hear me?
Yes, my sweet sister.
I'm having trouble. We're all having trouble. Just bear with
listen,
us all.
You're getting a big hug. Just deal with it, girl. Richard, are you on the line, sweet baby? Sweet baby.
Yeah, I think I am.
You
okay. You're there, Richard.
Oh,
you're there.
God, you're getting a hug right now. Would you please, sir, read 10 degrees Libra?
And before that or after that, maybe, Cynthia, you said that you've been told something. Is it regarding the ETs or into this subject?
The main thing with the ETs, thank you.
Sorry, Richard, just really quick.
You just got 20 hugs. And Richard, just hold on a minute. With ETs, there are 2 things to remember. Well, 3. Okay. Number 1, is they're from other planets, other dimensions. They haven't grown up like you have or I have. They don't know English, French, Swahili, whatever. If you want to communicate with them, you do 2 things. 2 things. You visualize an image, and you feel the emotions of it. What I do with them is I visualize our oneness, and I feel our unity. But go ahead, Richard, if you will.
Star 6, Richard. Star 6. The room's open.
Yes.
There you are.
Cynthia. Think carefully. Yes. Think carefully. Which degree do you want me to read? Are you sure that you
positive?
want to...
Listen. I've got I've spent thousands of dollars on the most expensive astrological software program in the world, 10 degrees Libra.
The Angels of Hairdressing.
Yes! You guys, you girls, grow your hair. Go ahead, baby.
Say that again, Richard. The Angels of what?
Hairdressing.
Hairdressing.
This is one of Cynthia's little spiritual quirks that I've often found amusing.
The Angels of Hairdressing. Awesome.
The Angels of Hairdressing. She has amused me with this discussion, so I'm not new to this subject.
That's awesome.
All right, Cynthia, you made me laugh. All right. The name of the Angels of 10 Degrees of Libra is Omana, O-M-A-N-A. And this is what these angels are involved with. And I'll just read it and save my comments to myself. Beloved, at this time of heaven on earth, we are charged with revealing the importance, significance, and function of air, which is more than cosmetic appearance. We are also revealing the science of hairstyles, which is more than convenience or fashion. All right, this is for all you ladies out there. Hair functions as highly involved antennae. Your hair is your antennae. Hair is an extension of the nervous system, in effect. Nerves that grow outside the skin. Human hair is much more evolved, but somewhat akin to the whiskers of a cat or the feelers of a bug. This is fun to read. Hair on the head creates an important feedback loop between various chakras of the body. It carries electromagnetic energies of the brain to the lower extremities. At the same time, hair also receives energies of the various parts of the body it touches and sends signals back to the brain. Hair also responds to subtle energies in the environment relaying impressions to the awareness. It's an input device. When head hair is allowed to grow long and hang naturally, powerful feedback occurs between the head and the entire length of the spine, along with the glandular centers that are touched by the hair. We encourage the growing of hair so it performs its natural function of uniting the glandular centers on the outside of the body, just as the internal nervous system unites them on the inside. Men who have well-developed beards send and receive their own heart frequencies through the hair in their beard, so that heart and head are connected. In addition, energy from the jaw, throat, and thyroid area, which is the creative chakra, is also connected. This is an important feedback loop between the trunk and the cranial sphere. Both head and body hair act as antennae and send and receive energies to and from the outer world. Hair picks up energy, which is then received by the subconscious. It emits energy, which is picked up by everything in the environment. When hair actually touches a person, a plant, or a gentle breeze, energy travels along the hair. Hair amplifies the subtle energies of thoughts and feelings. The biblical story of Samson and Delilah demonstrates teachings concerning the purpose of hair. The science behind coiffures, coiffures, is to position hair in accord with the amount and type of sensitivity and application desired for any occasion. This is interesting. If you are in an intellectual situation where it is important to minimize emotion, it is a good idea to pile the hair on top of the head to protect and enhance the cranial area and amplify energy concentration to intellect as opposed to the heart with its emotions. Cutting hair to be short can accomplish this, but without the benefits of powerful amplification and reception of intellect that is afforded by piling up long hair. In a romantic or family situation where an open and sensitive heart is desirable, hair flowing to the heart area is advisable, either loosely or as a long braid, or in some other creative way that suits the occasion. If hair is parted in the middle, energy of the two brain hemispheres flows in a balanced way to the trunk of the body. If a part is placed on the right side of the head, then the energy of the right brain is directed along the hair to the left side of the body, enhancing intuition. A left side part enhances energy of memory and rational intellect. Putting hair back directs energy to the medulla oblongata, the seat of memory of the soul. Bringing hair to the top of the head concentrates energies of the soft spot at the top of the skull. The connection with higher dimensions of consciousness. Nature knows how to express perfection when left in her natural state. With long hair, the variety of beautiful hairstyles is greater, and using hair to properly channel energy brings more charge, health, and pleasure to the experience of living. To grow hair, cut the very outer tips every 6 weeks. On a waxing moon, that's between new and full, and take proper nourishment. Even hair that normally does not grow long or fast responds favorably to this regimen. All right, I'll have to remember that. Trim your hair between the new moon and the full moon. We inspire the most beautiful and practical hair creations for various purposes, and whether to use colorful, adorning ribbons or other decorations. Working in quartz beads or some other natural conductors of energy adds beauty and enhances the interactions of higher dimensional energies. We inspire the use of oils or herbs on hair, where it is very important to apply only the most sacred substances on such a sensitive part of the body temple. As you can see, the science behind different ways of wearing hair is important, and children of light use this information to make informed decisions that enhance the power to love and to express. As this information is understood, the whole rationale behind hairstyles changes, as with raiment. Hairstyles are no longer a way of conforming to obvious social acceptance. They are an important and personal way of channeling divine energy. The hair covering of the human body has a special purpose in the divine blueprint, and hairdressers and barbers are under our guidance and protection. Everything having to do with hair and beards falls under our competence. Dyes, scissors, tools, and adornments are under our guidance and inspiration. Throughout history, we have inspired the coiffures and hairstyles according to social, personal, and religious conventions. We are the angel of hairdressing, O-Ama, O-M-A-N-A, and back to you guys, gals, ladies, friends, family.
Richard, thank you. Please take my thank you in.
Big hug to you.
What?
Big hug.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Seriously, I give it back. I am looking at the astrological chart of the Pluto station, which is April 16th, 2015, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time in New York. And y'all on this call, boy, that would make a nice billboard. Y'all on the call. whoever it is that you think that you are, that your parents told you were, your peers, can you just trash it for a moment in the spirit of creativity? Crash it. And go into your divinity, your true divine self. Let's take a moment. I want everyone on this call to breathe into the count of 10. And when you breathe into the count of 10, do it 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. This is yoga. If you can't do it, do whatever it is you can. But you need to work up to the deal where you can breathe into the count of 10, breathe out, hold to the count of 10, breathe out to the count of 10, hold to the count of 10. And when you breathe in, I'm giving you like 4,000 yoga lessons in 1 minute. When you breathe in to the count of 10, imagine that you're filling your entire stomach with the air that you're breathing in. And hold it to the count of 10. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. This is yoga. Now, I don't feel uncomfortable with suggesting this to you because I know you are the highest yogis of creation. You who are incarnated on this plane at this time, you who are on this call, are the highest of the high. We had to be the highest of the high to even survive. When the truth comes out, and the truth is the negative and the positive, it'll be all the horrible, horrible, horrible things that have been done, that have been hidden. And it's also the most beautiful, the most blissful, most ecstatic, oh my God, the most beautiful things that have been hidden. The battle of Armageddon is the battle when all that has been hidden is revealed. And those of you on this call, I don't care who you are. I don't care how bad you are, how good you are, how confused you are.
Excuse me 1 second. Richard, can you please star 6 so I can leave the audience open? Star 6 to unmute, or mute, Richard, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Star 6 on. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Whoever it is you are, whatever your situation is, however sad you are, however beautiful you are, however incomplete you are, however complete you are, the very, 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 very bottom line fact that you are actually in a physical body and you're here at this time is I'm going to use a 4-letter word. Please forgive me. You're a fucking miracle. This is something I've been given to understand. I've met with some of the most powerful shamans of the world. There are so many entities who have wanted to incarnate during this time. There are so many. And whoever you are, you could be a sex slave a sex slave in Indonesia. You could be a sex slave in the highest skyscrapers in New York. But whoever you are, if you have a physical body on this planet at this time, and this is just my personal opinion, that I stand on a rock of Gibraltar. If you're even here in a physical body, no matter what you're going through, you excuse my French, a fucking avatar. There are trillions of sons and daughters of God who wanted to be incarnated on the earth at this time. And if you're here, I don't care how old, how debilitated.
Cynthia.
Yes.
We are fucking avatars. We are fucking dominioners, and we take them in.
Oh my God, you're getting a fucking hug.
We're fucking take dominion of this world.
Hey, listen, Elizabeth, may I make a request?
What?
A simple, stupid, but sincere, humble request.
Sure.
And please feel free to not do it.
Hey, don't worry. I'm open wide, man.
Well,
I'm always open wide.
It's a possibility in the future, if you don't mind.
Yes?
Would you please come here to my place and let me give you a fucking ass hug? Please?
What did you say? A fucking ass hug?
Hug! As a girlfriend!
Yes, I know.
I love you!
Oh, thank you. I love you too.
And it can be misinterpreted however ways it want to be misinterpreted, but it's just that, hey, girl, thank you.
Hey, you know the time we're in. I can teleport there. I can bilocate there. I want to come home.
Let's keep it simple. With the technology that's going to be revealed real soon, I invite you formally to my place.
Thank you. I want to take road trips.
Okay, let me give you a thing you do.
Okay.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia, in a place that is the third highest elevation in Atlanta, Georgia. The other two are Grant Park and Oakland Cemetery. And this place that I live in, I am here through such grace, such incredible grace, that through divine infinities of God, help me express it through words, I am so grateful. I am so incredibly grateful. I feel like I am going to go through an infinity of gratefulness. And don't feel any obligation and don't create any stress around it. But let me tell you, my friends, if you ever get to Atlanta, Georgia, please, out of grace and mercy to me, because I love you so much for what you're doing for the planet, if you can come here and just, let's have a cup of tea, all right? Is that okay with you?
Yes, and a cup of tea will lead to something else and something else and something else.
No,
and I'm
well,
excited.
whatever. But I just thank you.
Thank you.
And on behalf of the whole divine being of God, I want to thank you.
You're going to make me cry. Thank you.
No, well, wait a minute. Wait, Elizabeth. Wait a minute. Can you let this gratitude from the whole being of God come to you for all that you've done?
Okay, I'm in the bathroom. I'm not going to the bathroom. I'm sitting on the toilet. Okay, I will.
Sit on the toilet, the throne, the royal throne, and on behalf of all divine feminine, of all the part of God that is manifested as the feminine, and can you, not just for me, no, but from the whole being of God, for the whole being of the divine feminine, which is the receptive polarity of receiving. Let's ask that you and all the divine feminine, which is the magnetic energies, receive only the highest good of all concerned, which is physical, the highest good of all concerned, the emotional, the highest good, the mental, and the spiritual, which is desire. That the original divine desires and thoughts and emotions and physical experiences of all be the highest good, the supreme happiness. We ask on the behalf of everything in creation, the mineral, the plant, the animal, and the human, and everything else, the planetary, the solar systems, the universes, the multi-universes, everything known and unknown to our conscious minds, whatever it is, whatever it isn't, that only the highest good of all concerned happen. Because we are all one. And when one is harmed, all are harmed. And when one is helped, all are helped. Therefore, in the name of who I am and who we are, I and we ask that only the highest good, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, of all concerned, from the tiniest microcosm to the infinite omni-universes happen. And we give thanks that this is done, because we are that powerful. So be it. And this is done.
So be it.
Would you just give a prayer right now? I feel it in your heart.
A prayer?
Take all the time that you need. Go ahead, girl. And I'll come back on. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I hope you guys can hear me. So we just invoke the living flame of divine love, and we invoke collective consciousness. We invoke all of your higher selves, multidimensional selves that are listening now and will listen to the recording. We invoke a spiritual cord of equity of all of our ancestors to be with us now. We invoke the 365 angels assigned to each degree around the circumference of the earth. I invoke the Andromedan Council that Tolic works with. I invoke the observation ship, the Palladian observation ship that Julian Wells talks with, but more than Palladians on there. I invoke Ray Kozlov's 33 ETs that he's met face-to-face. And I invoke the spirit doctors and all beings that would like to participate in this commanding dominion prayer on earth as it is in heaven, that are in any time, space, dimension. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. And invite all of the ones that have been perpetrating our oppression. I invite you here. We thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. We thank you for coming. We just say we love you and give you big hugs. Let all that love soak into you and feel the love. Feel how good it feels. And we just thank you for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we just pray, we just pray for I just say we are all one. And when one is harmed, all are harmed. When one is helped, all are helped. So therefore, in the name of who we are, and we are one with all that there is, we ask that the Diamond Show and all the petitions to building relationships, intimate relationship with ET, with our brothers and sisters in all dimensions, even on this earth dimensions, and boots on the ground, in any time, space, in this universe and multiverses. You guys know who you are. You're arranging it now. You know the plan, Stan. We just ask that. And then we ask also for all of us on the call that are listening and will listen later, and all that are listening in the ethers, that you get the desire in your heart welled up, that ancient desire that's been locked, I say is undammed now, the ancient desire and waterfall that's in your heart, unlocked now. And I just ask that those desires well up in your heart to come out and be the dominion commanding being that you are, the master that you are, the divine that you are, the divinity that you are. And I just ask that you get it in dreams, in unctions and revelations, and through any source. And for those two petitions, I ask, and we ask, for only the highest good of all concerned to happen. That as those desires well up in the heart, that will have the unction in the highest good of all concerned, the unction to function, the unction to command, to declare, and take back the dominion and turn this earth, heaven on earth as it is in heaven, back to the Garden of Eden, and have fun with it and play and rest. For all those petitions, I declare and command only the highest good of all concerned happen, wrapped in supreme happiness and beyond, and with only maximum efficiency, minimum effort. And we ask that only the highest good of all concerned with these same petitions happen to the groups that are here on earth, that are in other dimensions and time space. The same thing happen only if they have the pure love, and that they're ready, the pure love and purity, pure love in their hearts to go forward. Anyway, for the highest good of all concerned to happen for those two. And so it is, and so be it. And I ask that we can all see the rainbow in the pot of gold, so to speak, our true currency, our supernatural, natural self, that we can see it and start creating and seeing those visions and imagining like little children. I undam the little children in all of you. Come out, little children. Come out, little children, and play. Play. It's time to play. It's time to have fun. It's time to stop the stinking thinking and play. Amen.
That was brilliant.
It just came out of the little child because I had you just hit me on that, and I just started talking. So that's what the little child does, is you desire something, you just start talking, and whatever you think of, you just bring out of your mouth, no matter what it is. I mean, it seems so absurd and ridiculous to the intellect mind, but it's not. Just like last night I told you I was singing. I wanted to sing and praise God and thank Him for everything. That mystery that was locked up, that ancient mystery that was locked up on top of a mountain, is now unlocked and flowing everywhere, even in you. Anyway,
sweet sister, and definitely do not do this if it doesn't feel right. But if you can do it, would you sing that? Please?
Sing what? Sing what?
What you just said. You were singing.
What I just said? Oh, about the mystery?
Please.
Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember
it. You were singing.
Last night. Okay.
Yes.
And there's a green grassland, and in that land is a big mountain.
Wait. Please, and just hit me over the head with your broom if you want to.
No?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Do what?
Center, sweet sister. Center. Round to the center of the earth. Round to the center of the universe. And from that place, would you sing, don't hurry, and be the star, be Bette Midler, be the beautiful David. Sing it slowly and make it beautiful. Go ahead, sing. Take your time. Don't hurry.
Okay, I'll do the M. The please. M noise centers you guys.
Please, for the sake of us all. You are the Divine Mother. You're singing to us. Your children, do it.
Okay, what I'm going to do is do the M noise that centers all your chakras, so you guys can do this too.
Okay,
and then I'll
center Elizabeth. Take 90 seconds, a minute and a half. Center to the center of the earth, because you're a powerful woman. You are the goddess. Just imagine the energy who is you are, centering to the center of the physical earth. Take a moment. Imagine the energy in your body going down through your spine to the center of the earth. Take a moment. And when you feel it grounding to the center of the earth, feel it coming back through you, and then I want you to sing. But don't worry about it. Everybody on this call, we've been waiting for a long time. If you need a minute or two to center to the center of the earth, sweet Elizabeth Diamond, take that moment, that minute or two, And I want you on this call with all my heart, because I need your love. And all of us need your love. And the whole being of God needs your love. Sing your joy. Remember Janis Joplin. Remember all the great Davids of all time. And sing your joy. Starting now. Take a moment, a minute and a half, 90 seconds. At the end of 90 seconds, sing what you were going to sing. Starting now. Take your power, take victorious demands, command, rematch. Take control, sweet sister, and sing what you want. For yourself and for all others. Please, I ask that you have been through so many incarnations. You have worked so hard. You now have command. Do it. For the highest good of all concerned. Please.
Okay. Can you hear me, Cynthia?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll start with this. Haya shiliane Omakoye heu Yamakoliana shikihili Hayana mokoye Anaki Anamo Silihi Ayanamu Yamakole Yahayana Ichiki There is a river, a great, 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 great river that is flowing with brightness, glory, holy, holy glory. This is an ancient river, ancient, ancient, ancient. A river that can flow so, so, so lovingly into everything living. This river is the glory that we have waited for a long, long, long time. The time is now, the time is ripe. So now, Let's command and demand and show our divinity and undam that river that is so living with life abundantly. So we undam that river now. We command it to be so. We undam it. We command it to be so. And so it is. It's as easy as that. It's just that easy.
We call it the living flame of divine love. We call it universal consciousness. We call it the whole being of God. Whatever is going on, whatever is not going on, beyond the physical mind to perceive or not perceive, we ask that only the highest good of all happen. And we give thanks that this is done. So be it.
So now that river is flowing. It's flowing so lovingly into your home. It's trickling. It's going all over the earth and your homes and every living thing. So now, take the water of that river, be a sponge, and soak it in. Soak it in. Just be that sponge and soak it in. Because you are what you are, and you are the divine master. And you are the star amongst all the stars in the galaxy. So, twinkle, twinkle, little star, like a diamond in the sky. Mm-hmm. Just takes a twinkle, to command and demand. And do it in all of your power, that lion, taking dominion with Christ consciousness, your supernatural, natural self. Thank you. And open up all the everlasting doors in you and in this universe. Just say, open, open, you everlasting doors. It's time to be unlocked. And so it is. Okay, I'm done now.
So it is. So it is. So I turn it back over to you, sweet sister. I just want to add one more thing.
Yes, go for it.
If I may, as a footnote. And this is a huge biggie in the astrological thing. Pluto stations to go retrograde on April 16th. And the North Node is a place of hair with everything in nature. Every single thing in nature is important. The starfish, the plankton in the oceans, the constellations in the sky, and the hair on our physical bodies is sacred. And part of this hellacious nightmare has been to cut our hair and to put noxious chemicals upon it. And when Pluto stations on April 16th, 2015, it's a Thursday, at 11:20 a.m. in New York, the North Node is at the place of hair, which Richard read. People, please, just like this thing of you have to go to war or you have to pay your taxes, and these GMO foods and these these horrible things have been forced upon us. Please, please respect nature and stop cutting your hair and stop putting chemicals on it, because it's a part of nature. And thank you, Richard, for reading it. This is happening on April 16th. Let your hair grow long. Stop putting chemicals on it. You don't need to wash it, please. You're stripping it of its natural oils. Read Psalm 23 in the Bible. I have anointed you with oils. You need to do the research on the oils of the hair and the hair. Stop doing these dark agenda control things about your hair. Your hair are your feelers. When you let your hair grow and you stop putting dangerous chemicals on it to strip it of its oils, guess what happens? You become God. And remember what Jesus said. He said, I and the Father are one. And all that I do, you shall do it more. Please don't mess with nature, whether it's with your own human body or whether it's with the natural weeds that grow in your yard. They trained us to grow grass and to kill the weeds. But the weeds are what gives us life. Let your life grow. Don't put chemicals on your lawn. Let the weeds grow and eat them. Go online, Google them. Dandelions, the chickweed. This time is a time of energy economy. And I'm going to end here soon. But please, give common sense its time of day. Get a clue. We're all smart. I'll turn it back over to you, Elizabeth. I'm over and out.
I was unmuted. Cynthia?
Yeah.
Before you go.
Yeah.
I was thanking you, and I wanted to thank you for all the wisdom you brought, and I can tell this last hour and a half you've been in lots of high energy, and so thank you for coming and sharing with us all your wisdom that you've gained through the years and even now. And you brightened my day. Thank you so much, sister.
Thank you, sweet girl.
And I'm going to come up there soon.
Well, don't make it a thing you have to do. Just stay and relax energy. But if it's
it'll be an unction that comes up and functions in my heart, and there I go.
A really cool place. If you want to come, we'll have a cup of tea.
Yes, thank you so much. Love you.
I love you.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, that was awesome. So, does anybody want to come in at this time? Star 6. Anybody listening would just star 6 and come on in. And while we're waiting, and if Mim's there or Lori's there, and while we're waiting, I want to read Psalm 23. She said that for the hair, Let's just read it. Since I'm on that whim, I read 2 Psalms at the beginning of the call. Psalm 23, the Lord, the shepherd of his people. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, that I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I and we will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Okay, I don't think I have the audience locked. Hold on, let me see. Okay, sorry, reset the room. So *6 to come in. And Lily, are you there too? And anybody else in the audience like to come in? *6. Lily?
Yes.
Hello? Hello. And I just want to tell everybody I have a few more things to bring in and before everybody leaves. So hello, how are you?
Oh, I just so loved today more than you'll ever know. And it really super awakened some feelings that go way back. And
okay, wait, Destiny, you're far away. Can you come up to the phone?
Yes. Your
start over again. Start again, honey. Yes.
You awakened me, and so did Cynthia, to feelings I've had for many years. And I want to thank you for today's show. And I thank everybody for listening up to this point. And I would like to read a poem I wrote years ago, and by accident, it popped up in front of me, and it goes along with my artistic abilities. And I would like to share this very short poem with all of you because this is...
Oh, my God, Destiny. Oh, my God. You got to hear this. Destiny, I was in the mood to read a poem on the Diamonds line today. I looked for over an hour and a half because, guides guide me, right? And it just wasn't right. So finally I gave up. This is the poem that you're going to read is the poem we are supposed to hear. Okay, so speak it slowly and clearly up to the phone. You're far away. Take it off speakerphone.
I really will. You don't
take it off
my
speaker.
Real, just call myself Destiny.
Destiny, can you take it off speakerphone?
Okay. You want me to say off the speakerphone?
Off the speakerphone.
Can you hear me now?
Put the phone up to your mouth.
You hear me now?
Yes, better, honey. Thank you.
Okay.
Now read it slow, and let's savor it.
Okay. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Say something again.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. I think I wrote this in the 90s, about 15, 20 years ago. And the name of it is Once Upon a Yesterday. And I'll just say by Destiny. Once upon a yesterday, I learned to laugh at personal failures and hurts. And once upon a yesterday, I learned to even shirk off all emotional pain of past mistakes and past defeats. All this taught me to look upward toward the sky and smile with the sun or star-filled galaxy after 9. And that is when he so lovingly took hold of my heart and unveiled to my eyes the unfolding of my soul. And as he so lovingly broadened my horizons to all universal mysteries, And as he so lovingly taught me to float with him amidst the clouds, the majestic manifest of magnificent, brilliant, weightless, fluffy white laden clouds of his genius laid quietly at his feet and mine. That's his greetings to us.
Oh my God, that was beautiful, powerful.
I'm sending you a couple of painting cards, and hon, I want you to write all the ones I've sent so I won't repeat.
Okay,
and
dear.
And I just want to say thank you for life that you've given us. Thank you,
Destiny. Thank you, honey. Thank you for being attuned and reading that poem today, because that was the poem. That was it. Okay.
With us all. Thank you. And thank you, Cynthia, and all of you, every one of you that came on this show today. I love you all. And I'm muting out now.
So, Lori, are you there? Anybody else? *6. The audience is opened. Well, I don't want to say audience. Everybody's opened up. *6. And Lily or anybody else that would like to come on the moderator line, on the other line. Just say your thoughts or anything. Don't be shy. Come on.
Lori, but,
Lori, off speakerphone. Yeah. I don't know. The sound today, the energy is messing up the sound. Okay, so speak clearer.
All right.
Sorry.
I just have to say I've been very, very tired despite how much sleep I get. So it's to do with the changes. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and share. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. It may be me. All right, thank you.
Gosh.
I'm muting out, so go ahead. You got the floor.
Oh. I don't know. It was nothing really. I just was saying how tired I was despite all the sleep I can get. Still tired. So,
Lori, did you go somewhere? Or who said hello?
This is Lily.
Oh, Lily, hi. Hi there, my dear Lily Diamond.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. This was fabulous. Oh my God, I love the hair thing.
I know, it almost makes me feel bad because I had my hair all natural. I didn't color it for a while, like a couple of years, and I just got it trimmed and colored. But from now on, when they read that today, because I heard it read before, I said, oh my God, I know now why I was so adamant to do all natural and not go back. So this is my last one. And it seems strange not to wash your hair, but we'll see. It's a process to change. I'm going to change, yeah. What else, Lily?
Without washing. I wouldn't be able to go without washing my hair. But maybe I can go. I usually wash my hair every single day. And I just got 2 inches cut off because it's so hot. The hair when it's on my neck, I start burning up.
I felt Cynthia's sensitivity to everything, of being in love with everything today, and these energies, I believe, are changing us to be with her like that. So hearing this reading, a hair reading, just say, for example, today, makes us very sensitive and passionate to everything. That's just one example. So be prepared just to be in love. I guess it's making us be in love. It's remembering our love coming out of us to be in love with everything and be sensitive and care for everything. Everything. What do you think?
Yes. Well, and also the hair is an extension of it's your antenna. It picks things up.
Absolutely.
They've actually done scientific studies where they had trackers. There's scientific studies where they did that they did with trackers, and they needed trackers for the military. But as soon as they cut the hair, the tracker wasn't as good. So then which is what caused them to do the experiment, and they found the ones that had the longer hair, that kept the hair, were much, much better at
Absolutely. So I want to just interject here, and now don't take this wrong, because I love myself. The fool I am with my talks with the ETs, if any of you guys are on the line, come on in, *6. You don't have to wait for us to stop talking. So come in at any time, just *6, or whatever you do to come in and interrupt us, and we will be gracious, because I send my love out.
Are you saying you want ETs to come in?
And who's this?
Yes. Lori.
Yes.
I got booted off. Oh, but
yeah,
anyway.
I was just making it real to them, so to speak, that I'm serious, and I've been talking with them. They will. Yeah, no, but you can come in now, too. Yes.
So they can interrupt us then, I guess, right?
Absolutely, yes, anytime.
Right. Otherwise, we could be sitting here in silence for quite a while.
And Lori, before you got booted off, me and Lily were just talking, and Lily's still on, too. Are you? Stay there, Lori.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you want to finish what you were bringing in, Lori? Or were you done? Hello?
Talking to Lily, right?
No, I'm talking to you now, I guess.
Oh,
I don't know what happened to Lori.
Going backwards. Okay. Well, I don't know what to say anymore.
It's the energies. We're all discombobulated. That's okay. Let's have fun with it, right?
Let me finish. I'm sleeping better than ever the whole last week, and I realize everybody's reporting that they have this horrible disruptive sleep, and I went through that phase for months and months, but for some reason the last week I'm sleeping better. So, but on the other hand, I'm really tired. It's like I can't get enough sleep. So I don't know what that's all about, but let's pray it's something good. And but anyway, getting back to the hair. Neither here nor there, but my son my son's Philo, Anyway, a couple years ago, he really got onto this thing, and now he hasn't washed his hair since. Well, I mean, he gets it wet, but I mean, it looks fine. I don't know what he does to it, but he stopped all the chemicals. He threw microwaves out. He did everything. So I applaud him.
And you say he doesn't wash it?
No, he doesn't wash it per se. I don't know what he actually does.
Wow, we're going to have to find out from him.
Yeah, gets it wet or something, but
that's beautiful.
But he doesn't use
Cynthia would have really liked that.
Yeah, he doesn't use soap or chemicals, and he let his hair grow out. And you've probably seen a picture, how handsome he is. So it's incredible. Anyway, that's what he does. So, but
beautiful.
A couple of other little news things came in. Do you want me to tell you? I'll just give you the titles.
Yes.
Do you want them?
Yeah, just the title.
It says this one's from yesterday, but it says world's biggest class action lawsuit now imminent against the Khazarian mafia. And that's over 9/11. And then another one came in
It's
today.
over 9/11. That's good. See,
yeah. Yeah.
I've told Lily since the beginning of the Diamonds blog that I have a really knowing sense that there's something that's going to break the ice, and it's going to be one of the things that everybody knows about. Everybody knows about 9/11. Everybody knows about Princess Diana getting killed. It's going to be something like that.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Here's one. Here's a really juicy one. United Nations exposes chemtrails. 100% proof we are being poisoned.
United Nations exposed that?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I found that. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. And I was like, where the hell did I see that? But I did type it out. Now here's another
Well, there's
one.
a lot of people passionate about chemtrails, so that'll be good news to them. Okay, go ahead.
Here's another title that came in. U.S. General exposes 9/11 and admits our news is fake. This is an old general talking to the
From
camera.
where? From when? And where did it come out from?
Let's see. Where did I find that one? Oh my gosh.
The White Knight.
Wow. Let's see if they give his name. There's a video. It says, very important video should be shared by truth warriors around the world. I showed it. It rocked their world. Let's see, from 9/11. Let's see. Brainwashed fake news. Okay, it's not saying the name of this general. I'll have to look a little more on that. But he told...
Those two stories that you just brought in have a big, big clue in it. Those are basic things that most everybody knows about, or a big groups are passionate about, like the chemtrails, and then the 9/11 everybody knows about. So if this general, and then we got white knights infiltrated in all the big corporations, governments, whatever. But if that general spoke out, that means it's loosened. Let me finish. If that general spoke out, it's loosened up enough that this big stuff can come out because there's no oppressing it. So that's all I wanted to make. Go ahead, Lori.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you were done. But yes, I agree, and I think this is like all these stories are adding up to disclosure as we move along. I think it's all coming out just bit by bit like this. Anyway, this guy's name is General Stubblebine, Stubblebine, Stubblebine.
Wow.
Never heard of the guy.
Does it say what kind of general? Okay.
Oh, U.S. just says U.S. General. Okay. And then one more. Top U.S. commander under arrest for refusing to fire nukes at Russia.
Whatever that means. Huh? I don't understand.
Well, U.S. commander was given orders to fire nukes at Russia, and he refused.
We're taking dominion. We're taking dominion and authority over our own selves. We're not going to do what we know that's not right. We're in divine love, and we're loving, and this is the energy I felt from Cynthia, loving. Everything just pierced her heart so passionately and sensitively with that love today.
Right. I want to add something to that one.
Yes.
She said it was a he, and I think that we do need to clarify. It was a she.
Who?
Said no, that general or whatever it was that would not fire on the set up fire the nuke. Yeah, that was a lady.
Okay, let me look.
That sounds good. That goes feminine, the feminine energies. Yeah.
Yes, I wanted. Yes,
I
thought
don't know
so
who
too.
The top commander is. It just says top U.S. commander. I don't know if it's a he or she. But the other one, U.S. general, that shows a guy on the video, so I assumed it was the guy.
And who is this that came in that says that it's a lady? What's your name, hon? You want to share?
It's Lola.
Oh, Lola. Thank you, hon.
I've had about 4. I think I got 4 different Facebooks on that this morning. It was a lady.
Okay, great.
So everybody's wanting to know that this lady was the one that stood up and said no.
Oh, fantastic. Right. Fantastic.
Lily, did you want to add something, Lily?
Yes, clarify. Did they say that they got fired for saying no?
That the what saying no?
That the Stubblebine got fired for saying no to firing you?
The Stubblebine is the one that goes with this one. U.S. General exposes 9/11 and admits our news is fake. That's General Stubblebine, and there's a video.
Oh, okay. But the woman who said no to the nukes, did she lose her job or no?
Okay, I don't know.
Yes. See, I think when all this comes to light, that they should be reinstated, their benefits should be given back, and the perpetrators, the cabal and all the evil ones, there should be some penalty.
But that's okay. The story I can think of that is she got fired because she revealed she wouldn't do it. But that's okay, because you know what? She felt safe enough. At White Knight infiltrated inside, that White Knight felt safe enough to reveal it, because she knew it was time. She knew she would be protected and she's not going to be murdered. Glory.
Well, but it's more than just getting fired. It says she's under arrest.
Right,
well,
it's
ridiculous.
Well, I propose she's under arrest.
Commander under arrest for refusing, and it was her name is. Oh, what is her name?
Just ride with the wave, you guys, because even though we think it's all going to turn out good. I mean, she could be under arrest, and thousands of people could stand up and say, why are you arresting her? No. There's all kinds of scenarios that could work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
But the only reason they would go there is because they're saying it's a direct order. And when you sign up, you agree to follow orders.
Yeah,
yes, but when you sign up, there's an oath that you take that you will protect. You will protect the people first and foremost, and against foreign perpetrators and people foreign inside of our country. That's the most powerful one, and whoever's in the military, all know that, and they're remembering it right now. And
her name is Captain Heather E. Cole, Strategic Communications Wing 1.
Wow. Fantastic.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, I'll get off. That's all. I just want to bring in those tidbits.
Thanks, Lori. That's great.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, bye. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, we're not done yet. I got a few other things, and I just want to open up to anybody else that wants to star 6 and come on in. Okay, well, you're thinking of wanting to come in because I know there's others out there. I'll read this, and this goes with all what we've been talking about. And just remember, the main theme I think that's developed through this call is you guys are all masters. You are divine. You are divinity. You are God. Start going out there and commanding and taking your dominion. That's what that encompasses is that's you knowing who you are. That's you loving yourself because you know you are God. You are divine, you're a master, and God put us here to take dominion in a loving, unconditional love way. Take dominion. Take dominion and turn this world back around to the most natural way, the Garden of Eden. So this one is the Cobra thing that he put out. And I just want to read, to amplify, there is no debt owed the bankers, and we should forgive them, but let us not repeat the same mistake of running the same systems with the same people all over again and calling it freedom. Recently, the Pope asked for a new centralized banking system run with spiritual principles. The Vatican was always the existing Western banking system, from sea to shining holy sea. How well did they fulfill their spiritual principles in the last go-around? There is no need for the Pope to declare Jubilee. This is like reverting our news we brought in, but just know it's a process. We've got to go through these steps, and the steps that we brought forth today are steps of process, and we're going to go beyond that. There is no need for the Pope to declare a Jubilee to reset a banking system for which no debt is owed, unless, of course, he still wants to be the center of it. If anything, you are owed value by them. You are owed, O-W-E-D, value by them. Value. And that, too, should be forgiven. Okay, let me finish this. It's pretty short. Hard to see. The Chinese dragon families were always the ultimate funders of the banking systems. All bank-owned corporations posing as the people's governments were declared null and canceled in unrebutted UCC law filings by the One People's Public Trust in December 2012 for running slavery systems under the color of law. And I followed that to the T, and I believe that was done, but it wasn't brought out into the public. Still oppressed, They were able to cover that up. So they were declared null and canceled in unrebutted UCC law and universal law, by the way, ET law, universal law, like the law of one. But it was oppressed. It didn't come out. They thought they could still continue to run on it. Okay. All pertinent contracts to those systems which did not disclose that humanity is the I am, eternal essence in body, were declared null and canceled, including but not limited to universal systems, galactic systems, soul contracts, karma, financial contracts. Humans are chattel property, birth certificate bonds, prison bonds, court bonds, etc., and other means of harvesting energy from individual perceptions of I am, eternal essence in body on earth without full and open disclosure were declared void and canceled. All that was declared, commanded, right? Void and canceled, all that bad stuff I just read. What began as limited time contract for the choice of experience of I am ended with a contract so that all I am can move to better things. This experience will never be repeated again, ever, the suppression stuff. Those who played roles as the partners in contrast just forgot they were playing the role of contrast. They lost contact with their heart, from which all energy flows from creator source, so they extracted their energy from others, often cruelly so. All humans on this planet are multidimensional beings who have been temporarily cut off from the knowledge of who they are by an artificial energetic veil for the specific purpose of experiencing the illusion of being separate from all that is, Source Creator. All beings have within their multidimensional selves played roles of dark and light, either as humans, ETs, divinities, celestials, elementals, or angelics. You are all those. To condemn Cabal, you must also condemn yourself, for you have played those roles too, even if in this recent life you did not. You are more than one perception of I am, and you have played them all simultaneously. If you haven't already started to have dreams, memories return of those existences or fractals of existence, you soon will. And those dreams are coming in like June, July, August. We're going to remember that according to Cynthia's dream. And some might remember earlier too. Okay, you soon will. As the energies rise on the planet, you are much more than you think you are. There is no time, therefore no past life. There is only the now. Each being was separated within itself with the polarity of light and dark and every shade between for the purpose of experiencing separation from what is. Separated from God, which is love, happiness, joy, peace, exuberance, and now we're going to be put back there, become unity. Even those that thought themselves the paragon of light were not immune from the separation. The first such separation being the creation of a spiritual hierarchy in light and dark. Every human on earth is already a master of ascension. This is what Cynthia said, and we said before. Every human on earth is already a master of ascension, or they would not be here at this time. You owe God nothing because you are the Creator. Creator gives freely to all perceptions within, I am, without discrimination or reservation. All are one, all are source. I am eternal essence in body. All is love. Okay, that's it for that. That's just a recap of what we heard through the whole call. Anybody? Come on in. Star 6. Mim, are you there? Star people, are you there? Star 6.
Hey, this is Lily. Hey, Liz. Liz?
Come in, Laura. Yes.
Okay. Hey, it's Lily. I'm just wondering if the dreams of our past, of, us being on the other side, or, recognition of being on both sides, is so that we don't have the feelings of oneness, and that way we have the compassion and we just recognize it so as to not project, what I said earlier about, that lady shouldn't really be punished, the other one should be punished when everything's revealed. So it'd be like saying, oh, I need to be punished because I had a lifetime that I did that too.
Right. And I think it's the last part. Like I said, August, July, August, September I think it's in July that we're going to start remembering our past lives. And so just for example, when we remember a past life that we chopped heads off of people, then we'll start having, if not now, more love for for everyone, good, bad, in between, because we will remember that we did the same as what we're condemning now. See?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. And we can figure it out right now and start that process, which I already have. Thanks to Cynthia's sensitive heart a couple of years ago. Wow. Anybody else have anything? I just want to finish the call out with a paragraph or so. You can tell I can't read today either. Man, goodness, it's all the energies, you guys. So, well, I'll give everybody's grace. We don't have to be perfect. Let's just go with the flow, right? Okay, nobody else. Okay. So let me just read this. I'll be done for today, guys. This is by Robert F. Kennedy. Few will have the greatness to bend history itself. But let me add, in reality, now we know today, all of us can. All of us can bend history. Few will have the greatness to bend history itself, but each of us can work to change a small portion of events. It is from numberless diverse acts of courageous belief that human history is shaped. Each time a man stands up for an ideal or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring those ripples, build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. Robert F. Kennedy. And by that statement, I can tell he studied quantum physics. We're done for the day, guys, unless somebody has anything. Lily, you want to say your goodbyes?
Thank you. Thank you. That was a really, really nice, lot of good information.
I think so, too. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful learning today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lola. Okay, guys, next week is Tom Clearwater, and I forgot to say this week was supposed to be the Teenage Angels, but they had to cancel at the beginning of the week because something came up. You know, when you're teenagers and your mom and daddy want you to do something, you got to do it. But one of these days, they're going to reschedule. But next week is Tom Clearwater, and there's another guy that's going to come from the UK at 7 in the morning. Tom Clearwater and the guy, I think his name's Joe, and he's had some extraterrestrial experiences and with fairies, with all kinds of different realms. So we'll have those two on kind of a round table next week. So look forward to that. All right. Love you guys.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thanks,
Bev. Did you remember your song?
And everybody. No, I don't remember the song. I'll write it down next time I get it. I want to thank everybody on the call. It was a great call, and you and Cynthia gave me the best laugh I've had in weeks.
What part may that be?
I'm not going to say that F word.
Oh, why not? You know, it's fun.
Well, it's not appropriate in what I'm saying, but when it's appropriate, I'll say it.
Okay, so you go, girl.
Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Love you too, Bev. Okay.
Maybe it was the singing.
Huh?
Maybe it was the singing.
Oh, yeah. Is this Lily?
Yes. You know what? I almost clicked in, and started singing.
Oh, Glory, you should have.
I have a corny voice now.
Did you miss the part where Cynthia said the F word and then I came in?
No.
Okay, you got it then.
I heard it. I got it. Yep.
Well, yeah, it was good.
No,
she just said, pardon. Go ahead.
I have a funny story. My sister and brother-in-law came to visit, and it happened to be his birthday, and he was a little bit ornery and didn't really want us to fuss or whatever. And he was upset like the day before. So he was still in his, I call it cranky, just still being cranky. And so I had invited a bunch of people over for the birthday party, and they were friends of mine and some of my kids' friends that all had birthdays within 2 weeks of the date, and my other daughter, her birthday was in another week and all this stuff. And my kids made like 4 cakes and all this stuff. And so there is this Penguin song. It's a happy birthday song. I'm telling you what, I absolutely love this song. I play it just to play it because
Sing some words. Sing some words for us.
Oh, I don't remember. I can play the song.
Okay.
I can find my speaker.
Okay, well, you take your time. I just want to, Lily, I want you to hear this. Going to the park yesterday and doing the commanding and declaring, and then when I was walking and taking pictures, and this pine cone, I thought it was a pineal gland, but I didn't two and two together, you know what I mean, represented
right.
that. In my hand, that means that was the universe speaking to us, and the ETs, we hear you, Elizabeth, and I want to encourage everybody on the call. The Diamond's mission in building intimate relationships with our ET brothers and sisters. Please, please take dominion and just do that imaginary, whatever you want to talk to them about, to invite them to the Diamond's call. Imagine the pictures in your mind, and, to invite them to come so we can start this. And it'll be easy. I mean, it's a group effort. I mean, it's going to happen anyway, but just practice that, and you'll be surprised. It's awesome.
Yeah, I heard that part, and I was going to chime in, but you guys were busy talking. I didn't want to chime in and disrupt the flow. But look at your picture, and when you see your picture, you'll be able to tell what hand you were holding it in.
It was my right hand. And what did she say the right hand was? That I took dominion. It was something like
I think it was
took dominion.
H. Wasn't it H? The left
H.
hand was F, and the right was H, and the left was feminine.
Yes. So H, she basically said, I'll have to go back and listen to it, that means you did it. You took dominion or whatever, or something like that.
Yeah. So anyway,
not just me. That was also a sign and a wonder. Makes you wonder. It was a wonders and a sign to all of us that we're doing it. We're doing it.
Right.
Okay, you ready to play the song?
Hang on, I'm pulling it up. I didn't have.
Okay. And tell us the title of the song before you play it.
It's a happy birthday song by Penguins. It's the Penguin happy birthday song. But I have to tell you, okay, so I had bought a bunch of balloons, and there was probably 5 people here that it was their birthday. One girl, it was her birthday, that my daughter was supposed to go to her party, but I didn't want her to miss here, so my daughter told her to come here first, so she came with a couple of friends. So I made her sit at the table because it was her birthday too. Anyway, so I had like little cupcakes and cakes for like 5 or 6 people. And so I played this song, and I had those balloons, the helium ones, and I tried to get my other 2 kids to sing Happy Birthday with me, but they wouldn't, and they were just so embarrassed. But anyway, I'm going to start the song.
What's the name of it? Happy Birthday song, Penguins.
The Penguin song, Happy Birthday.
Cool.
I'm telling you, I clean house. I clean house. I mean, I turn it on, and it's just pick me up. Hang on, there's the advertisement.
Okay.
And it's about 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes.
We sing happy birthday to you, and may all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday, all your dreams come true. And sing all together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday celebration. Party night, feel the vibration. Light the bright, feeling alright. With dancing till the whole daylight. Happy birthday celebration. Everybody gets the temptation. Once again, this is your night, and everyone feels right. Happy birthday. And say all your dreams. Say happy birthday to you. And say all your dreams. Happy birthday. Celebration all night long. May all your dreams come true. Sing all together. Happy birthday to you. It's the perfect motivation. Feel the vibe, enjoy the fascination. All your friends are here tonight. Happy anniversary, we hold you tight. It's the perfect situation. Hey, and party, what a combination. Once again, this is your night, and everyone feels right. Happy birthday to you. And say all your dreams. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And say all your dreams. Happy birthday. May life is so happy birthday. Happy birthday. May life is so happy birthday. It's your birthday song. Celebration all night long. May all your dreams come true. Sing all together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And say all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And say all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
How'd you like that?
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you for bringing that. That was awesome, and that was meant to be, because when the song was playing, you know, we have a long birthday this year, you guys, all of us. It's our birthday, all of our birthdays right now. Our birthday started from February 21st, 2015 to September 21st, 2013. We got a big birthday to celebrate. Oh my God, I want to play that next week. Send it to me, would you? Email it to me?
Yeah. It's just so, I'm telling you, it's like you got to get up and start moving.
Tell us the title again, because Joe will want to have the link. If I can't give it to him, he'll know the title of it.
It's a Happy Birthday song by Penguins, and it's from Happy Feet. And what's really cute is it's sort of Happy Feet. It's a bunch of penguins, and they like do the waves together, and they're singing Happy Birthday.
So the movie Happy Feet.
Yeah. Mhm. And so I'm playing this song, and I'm dancing, and my kids are like, got their heads down. They're so embarrassed.
Glory.
Not only am I like singing parts of it, I'm like moving and dancing with it, making fun of myself. And my kids are so embarrassed, but I didn't care. This was about, it was Happy Birthday for all those people. But
what's happening is you feeling that music in your deep soul, and you can't help it but do it.
Yeah, but what was so funny is the kids that came with my kids, or for my kids or whatever, they were like, "Oh, your mom is so funny." Like my kids, I'm embarrassing them, but their friends thought I was funny. So.
Absolutely, that's what happens. And also, me and Lily know we've gotten high intuition nowadays. We just, because we're comparing notes. And also, Lily and everybody, while that song was playing, I got intuition that 9/11 this year, the date 9/11, is going to be a fantastic date for us. I don't know why. I'm just putting that up there. It's going to be good. Yeah. Wow, thanks for that song, man. I mean, girl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm talking hippie. I am so tired. I'm laying down on my bed talking to everybody. But that's okay.
Yeah, see, I'm not tired anymore. I was tired earlier, but now I'm because
we're all on different Akkadian, whatever, the sync of our body. Yeah. Cynthia talked about it in ancient times. Everybody knew their rhythm, and so they planned their work around their rhythm. When they were ready, their body wanted or was going to rest, then they planned their work when they had the energy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I hear somebody singing happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Who is this? Is that Lily? She did the helium. Do it again, Lily. Those are the little 4-inch guys, humanoid guys, right?
Did you stop the recording? I hope you stopped the recording.
No, the recording's on. Say it again. Come on. Sing it to us. Do it again.
Okay, wait. Don't try this at home.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday. We're all
one.
We're all one. Happy birthday. We're all one. Happy birthday.
Glory, I'm going to try it at home. What are you talking about? I'm going to try it.
Oh, my God. I'm tired.
That's fun.
Yeah, so they were, like I said, they were very entertained. And, oh, God, we laughed so hard. We laughed till we cried. But, oh, no, usually I'm a lot more quiet than this, but.
Well, today's starting of the family and the relationships of all kinds getting together, and that's exactly, you were a microcosm of the macrocosm. This is the starting day, and look at, you started with the birthday, glory, and had fun and joy and happiness.
Yeah, that's my new favorite thing. I've been sending it, like, since the first of the year. I've been sending that, emailing it to anybody who it's their birthday. I've been emailing it to them.
Well, I'm going to blog it. It's going to go worldwide. I want to put it on the blog when I get to the internet. I'm going to put that and then that Paul Hellner thing on the blog. I'm going to put both of those together. Yeah, Paul Hellner and the Happy Birthday Penguins. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll email it. I'll email you the one. When you're going to get your computer back up?
I don't know. I haven't even had a chance to call and get another internet. I'm waiting for my stupid debit cards to come. It's all messed up, everything. I don't know. It's just all by divine order, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you probably have more time. You're not having to, blog. And when you do blog, you have to, make it count,
It's all good. I don't, I'm just like everybody else in these changes. They're like whacking you up in every kind of way. It just makes you want to throw your hands up and play. Right? Where'd she go? Hello?
Oh, I said I started doing that with my girls, singing it instead of saying it.
Yes. Singing is very powerful.
they were trying to get me on, you know, how they all have the phones and they can record. They're trying to, like, record. I'm like, don't you dare post this on Facebook or anywhere. I don't want to see that. No way.
Oh, my God, Lily, you are just opening up like a beautiful flower, butterfly. Your everlasting doors are opening. Yes, glory. So try this, Lily. When you're relaxed at night, I guess maybe not by your husband because he already thinks you're a wacko. Just start singing. Just sing anything and watch how that amazing song comes out of you. And it's not just a song. It's you taking dominion and declaring it in the ethers, literally. That's what happened to me yesterday with that mystery that was locked up on the mountain and the everlasting doors that were locked up in the ethers.
Yeah, that's good if you have a nice voice, but when you really don't have a very nice voice sounding.
Oh, come on. I had to sing. I sang today. I was like all over the place. It's okay. It's not about being perfect in that way. You know, it's just about, okay, if you knew your song, no matter what note you sang it in, was going to release 5,000 prisoners, would you sing it?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Oh, hey, by the way, you know what else? I've been using the T-Nano elixir. She has an elixir, and she also has, like, it's this elixir, and I've been using that and putting it on my third eye and using it for, like, lip gloss, because it's an oil, and it's been pretty cool.
Well, all I had to do is use my singing voice last night, laying on my bed, praising the Lord. I just praise you, God. I give you thanks. I thank you. And that's just praising us and all of us. And all I had to do was that, and then I relaxed, and my third eye did some good stuff. So everybody's tools are different. Awesome. Glory. Try that too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, It's all going on. It's all going on. You know, God gave us all those tools of all different kinds to help us through this. And one of these days we won't have to use any of those tools because we are the tool. We are the technology, and I'm getting weird and wacko because I'm like...
Yeah, I wanted to hear more about that Reverend Philip Martinez, or Joseph Martinez, the one that the spiritual doctor straightened Cynthia's spine.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know more about that. I know.
So if you want to know more about that, and the books are at the library, go to Spard Balding, or whatever, the name she gave, the life and teachings of the masters, the life and teachings of something masters. There's 2 or 3 or 4 books. I read the first 2. That's very awesome. Let's talk about commanding, and it's really good. There's guys that live 800 years and everything else. Bard Spalding.
That's the guy, the name she gave today?
No, that was a
like
different...
Franco Bartaz or something. Franz,
I don't know. You'd have to listen
Barden.
to it again.
It's Franz Barden. Franz Bardon.
Oh, okay, thank you. I can know.
Yeah, Franz yeah, because I tried looking it up. I finally did find it. Some of them are
there's
quite
a couple
expensive.
names she gave. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess what I was saying that I would like to know more about is more of his healings for people that received his healings or more. And here's the other thing: if out of 3,000 books or 4,000 books that were written, and there's only 4 that are accurate, what are the other 3? She gave us 1. What are the other 3?
Okay, Lily. Yeah. Lily, are you there?
I'm here.
It's still on recording, and me and you are the only ones on here now. So now I'm not going to hang up. Before we turn it off recording, I'm going to bring out another shout-out to our star brothers and sisters. You guys want to come in now with me and Lily only on the line? *6, or do your technology. Come on in. See, I'm all about faith and action. So we'll just wait here for a couple minutes, and if not, we'll stop the recording, and then I'll ask you guys if you want to come in and talk to me and Lily, just me and you and Lily.
Yeah, calling all ETs. Calling all ETs, higher beings.
We call you in. Come on in. We sent our love out and our diamond power and diamond information, all that other good stuff.
I wonder if George would come in. Hey, George. I wonder if Ray will send George over here.
Hey, Georgie.
You have to be on Skype, though.
Hey, Georgie Pie, come our way. He named me Lizba, you know.
Lizba and little people. Where are you?
Yeah.
Ramon.
Yeah, where are you guys? Come on. Who's going to be the first in line to come on to the Diamonds call?
I think what it is, I don't like large groups. I'm not as comfortable with large groups. So.
Yeah. Okay, so next week is Tom Clearwater and Joe, somebody from the UK, and it's going to be extraordinary. That's an ET flavor of a call. And so don't hang up, Lily. We'll see you guys next week. This is March 21st, 2015. In the Diamonds, 3113 upgrade. 31, rawr, taking dominion like the lion. 13, our supernatural natural selves, Christ consciousness. And remember, like Mim said, Monday is Resurrection Day. Glory for all of us.
And what call number is this? 216?
This is 216, reference number 216. So you can dial, well, this is the end of the call, but we'll just put 216 reference. Right?
Right.
Okay,
and
let me stop the recording. Happy birthday.
All you out there, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Okay,